Chapter 191 Unintentional Details. The day after Su Yu cut off Cheng Xi's supply lines, Zhuge Liang went to report to Cheng Xi on the work done recently. Of course, apart from building fortifications everywhere, there was nothing major happening during this period. Cheng Xi did not intend to engage in open battle with Su Yu. His goal was simply to stall the enemy. As for how he knew the other party was Su Yu, Cheng Xi could only guess by combining some intelligence. Although he was also a little worried about why Su Yu had disappeared inexplicably, it did not affect Cheng Xi. Even if the opponent did not appear, it would not concern him at all. What he had to do was to build up Lini. Now that things have come to this, Cheng Xi has given up on bringing his wife to Lini. With the full-scale war underway, Cheng Xi is not confident that he can guarantee that he will not suffer any losses. Therefore, Cheng Xi decisively extinguished the idea of Chen Long coming to Lini. What he needs to think about now is to finish this war before June and then go back to his hometown to wait for the birth of his child. Is there anything else coming? After listening to the report, Cheng Xi continued reviewing military affairs but noticed that Zhuge Liang hadn't left yet. He looked up and asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, the military rations have arrived, but there's no second escort scout team. Cheng Xi asked solemnly, looking up. Did this arriving grain transport team send a message to the next transport team? Cheng Xi asked, his expression softening as he recalled past incidents. No, Zhuge Liang shook his head and said. Last time, Cheng Xi even dismissed a general and wrote a letter to warn the soldiers escorting the grain supplies. With that, who would dare to act recklessly? Oh, how many days' worth of rations do our troops have left? Cheng Xi asked. We originally had 45 days' worth of rations. This batch of rations escort has brought another 3 days' worth, making it 48 days' worth, Zhuge Liang said, grimacing. In Zhuge Liang's view, Cheng Xi's orders to the ration transport team were highly unreliable. Who would only transport 3 days' worth of rations? Send scouts along the official road to investigate, 3 in a group, 1 group every half hour. If there is no reply after 10 groups, be prepared that someone is coming from behind us. Also, send someone to Licheng via the Ji River, Cheng Xi said, looking up. Is it really that serious? Zhuge Liang asked incredulously. Prevention is better than cure. Besides, Licheng is my second supply route. As for Yanjun, well, if none of the 10 scout groups have responded, then it's basically certain that there's a problem in our rear. Cheng Xi said nonchalantly. Anyway, it wasn't his responsibility if something happened in the rear. As long as he was safe, someone else would take care of the rest. Seeing that Zhuge Liang still didn't understand, Cheng Xi said helplessly, Kangming, think carefully about how many days it will take for the grain supplies to be transported from Feicheng to here. Zhuge Liang was taken aback. Then he instantly realized, so if none of the 10 scout groups have returned, then the enemy is probably only a day's journey away from us at most. 1 day? How could it possibly take that long to catch up with the supply train? And if it could take 2 days, the enemy would probably be entirely cavalry, plus the time wasted by the scouts. They're at most 3 hours march away from us, Cheng Xi said with a shrug. It seems you've been focusing your attention on Miss Huang lately. You've become quite absent-minded, Cheng Xi said helplessly. There were female doctors among the army doctors, so when Huang Yuan said she wanted to stay and conduct research, Cheng Xi glanced at Zhuge Liang and agreed. Of course, the responsibility of protecting Huang Yuan was handed over to Zhuge Liang, ostensibly to enhance their relationship. In reality, Cheng Xi was only interested in Huang Yuan's incredible manufacturing ability. The Chu family had never figured out how to create a crossbow that could fire 3 arrows in a row. Huang Yuanying disassembled more than a dozen crossbows and managed to recreate it. Although there are still issues with accuracy and range, it is undeniable that she is a genius. Her talent in mechanics may have exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. As for the strength of the materials, that is not a problem. Chen Xi has already equipped her with more than a dozen soldiers with internal energy to nurture the materials. Zhuge Liang twitched his lips. He was indeed somewhat absent-minded, but the main reason was that he had never been exposed to this kind of planning before. Just like Gujia's deployment of scouts according to the number of degrees, Chengxi's grain transport schedule had also been strictly ordered long ago. In fact, Chengxi's camp was not short of grain. At the beginning of each month, 45 days' worth of grain would be delivered directly, and the supply would be checked every 3 months. As for transporting grain every 3 days, Chen Xi did it simply to prevent anyone from hijacking his grain supply lines. From Feichen to Chengxi's stronghold, a well-organized cavalry unit of 1 man and 1 horse can reach the stronghold in just 3 days, while transporting grain takes 5 days. Chengxi's order to the Feichen supply depot is to send out a batch of grain every 3 days, and to send out a scout cavalryman for each day of the previous batch of grain on the way to the second batch. This way, if someone were to cut off his rear, Chen Xi would be prepared. After all, scouts are fast, while supply trains are slow. Basically, by the time the first supply train is about to arrive at Chengxi's camp, the first scout of the second supply train will have already caught up with it. So the first supply train arrived, but the scouts didn't. There are only 2 possibilities: either the scouts are gone, or the supply train is gone. This is an official road, so if they just disappear for no reason, there's no need to think about it anymore. Just prepare to fight. It's no big deal. That said, once Zhuge Liang figured out what was going on, he realized that Chen Xi was just playing around by only transporting 3 days' worth of grain at a time. No wonder he often saw strange things when he checked the transported grain and supplies. It turned out that the transported grain and supplies were not important at all. What was important was that they arrived on time. But are we just going to let the enemy stay behind us and just guard our camp? Zhuge Liang suggested to Chen Xi, who was still too young and lacked battlefield experience. We don't know the enemy's strength. After all, half of Dongping isn't ours. As for the rear, Wen Ha and Wenru have been waiting for so long and made so many preparations. Do you really think this is a joke? So just stay put. Our main task is to stay here, Chen Xi said nonchalantly. He was prepared to let the enemy use whatever tricks they had up their sleeve. I don't doubt that you had this plan in mind, but I'm worried about the Yellow River and the Ji River. If they control those 2 places, we might be stuck here, Zhuge Liang said, pointing to Chiping and the Ji River ferry. I actually deployed 2 garrisons in Chiping. I didn't deploy any troops at the Jishui ferry crossing, but there are river bandits on the Jishui River. This is a hidden supply route that I prepared in advance, so I'll play along with Yuan Shao for a while. Go and find Fa Xiaoxi for me. Chen Xi nodded and then made preparations as if someone was about to flank them from behind. Chapter 692 The opportunity has arrived. Just as Su Yu had guessed, the actual situation was not as Su Yu thought, that Chen Xi had deployed troops in Chiping to guard the ferry crossing, but rather because Chen Xi had prepared 3 grain transport routes from the beginning. Chen Xi knew how many defeats were caused by insufficient supplies, and he would never tolerate losing to such a low-level tactic. Therefore, if anyone knew about his arrangements for the supply lines, they would have no interest in cutting off Chen Xi's supply lines. They would see them as a trap. Afterwards, Zhuge Liang asked some other questions to confirm that there were no major oversights. Chen Xi had indeed made all the necessary arrangements long ago, so there was no further discussion. The remaining question was how to respond. There's no need to specifically ask Chen Xi about this situation. Zhuge Liang and Fa Zhong will handle it themselves. After all, anyone with a brain would guess that the one coming next is Su Yu, who previously vanished without a trace. Su Ziyuan, how did this guy end up behind me? After Zhuge Liang left, Chen Xi no longer maintained his indifferent expression, but instead looked wary. Chen Xi's nonchalant attitude gave Zhuge Liang the confidence that everything was trivial, and it was also something he had indeed anticipated. In this situation, as long as Chen Xi remains calm enough, Zhuge Liang and Fa Zhong will naturally eliminate Su Yu behind him. There is no need to worry at all. You should know that the wisdom of Zhuge Liang and Fa Zhong is the essence of Chen Xi's confidence. What's going on with my rear? It's been cut off just like that. And Su Yu went around it, fine. But how come I haven't heard a thing? Jiao intelligence network is completely wiped out. After Zhuge Liang left, Chen Xi cursed inwardly, constantly bad-mouthing Jiao. Speaking of the intelligence network that Chen Xi single-handedly managed, he generally didn't interfere, but that didn't mean he had lost his power. Yet, this crucial intelligence hadn't been delivered. Chen Xi couldn't help but curse Jiao for being out of his mind. If he hadn't been prepared, they might have been outmaneuvered and wiped out. In reality, Chen Xi was out of his mind. Su Yu was marching in a straight line. A cavalryman with 2 horses was not concealed at all. If intelligence had to be delivered faster than Su Yu's march, it could only be delivered in a straight line. The problem is, how could it be delivered in a straight line? Did he think he was Lu Bu? Su Yu's method was directly targeting a loophole in their thinking. Achoo! Jiao sneezed and then collapsed onto the table. However, Lu Su, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not offer to help Jiao up for a long time. Helpless, Jiao silently raised his head and pretended to continue handling government affairs as if nothing had happened. Report! A drawn-out urgent report suddenly came from outside the government office. Before the messenger could bring in the intelligence, Jiao stood up and said, "Read it aloud. What urgent report is there from the front?" Lu Su glanced disapprovingly at the excited Jiao, knowing that the man truly loathed horse administration and education. The trouble with these administrative matters wasn't how to handle the framework, but rather the constant revisions after implementation. Jiao felt he couldn't bear to endure revising 3 times in 10 days. It was too insulting to his intelligence. Urgent report from Fan County. Feichen is under attack by unknown forces. The intelligence comes from the 6th day of the 3rd month, the messenger said after quickly glancing at the intelligence report. Feichen has been captured by unknown forces. Lu Su jumped up immediately. Is there any news about Sichuan? No. Before the messenger could answer, Jiao spoke up first. He frowned, looking at Li Yu opposite him. Wenru, it seems the other side doesn't trust you very much either. As long as he believes it, that's enough. We don't need to completely trust him. The fish has taken the bait. Li Yu tossed the pen in his hand aside and said with a smug expression, "If we were to make the first move, it would be somewhat wrong of us to not act." Ha ha ha! When did you, Li Wenru, start talking about reason? Jiao laughed loudly. To silence the gossip of the powerful families. Li Yu didn't care at all. He was no longer the Li Wenyu who lived in Shiyang. Back then, he could disregard all opinions and act recklessly. But now that he was no longer in that place, he needed to be more careful about his behavior. So let them take the blame. My God, we've finally made it through. After this is resolved, we won't have to focus most of our energy on the aristocratic families anymore. What should we do? Lu Su finally realized what was going on and covered his forehead with a look of joy. Lu Su, realizing what had happened, looked relieved. He had been focusing on the final strategic reserves in the north and had forgotten why the three of them hadn't left Mount Tai. We've finally waited for this moment. If we don't resolve our internal conflicts, we'll never be able to free up our resources to prepare. Zijin, you said you could command troops, and this time we're counting on you. Jiaosu sighed with relief. The final counterattack from the powerful families of Qinzhou and Shuzhou was finally about to take place. When the time comes, Qinzhou and Mount Tai will depend on you, Lu Su said with a smile. Having resolved the internal issues, Liu Bei is now free of constraints. They can accept powerful families, but these families must abide by the laws and regulations under Liu Bei's rule. They may have privileges, but these privileges must be limited. Such regulations are harsh for most aristocratic families, but to be honest, for people like Jiaosu now, not stripping all the private soldiers of the aristocratic families is already considered reasonable. More importantly, not stripping the aristocratic families of their private armies does not mean eliminating their privileges. Even now, the aristocratic families under Liu Bei's rule still have private armies, although their numbers are not as exaggerated as those of other warlords. Chen Xi once thought of completely eradicating this peculiar class of private soldiers, but later he realized that if aristocratic families didn't have private soldiers, they would really become a piece of fat meat. Given the current legal system, aristocratic families without private soldiers could be wiped out. This is why Chen Xi has always said to restrict or split up the aristocratic families, or to gradually make them disappear from history, but he has never said to simply destroy them. That would be too turbulent, and if a class were to be eliminated, another class would always be needed to fill the void, which would be a problem. Rather than directly annihilating the aristocratic families and causing a series of chain reactions that would eventually reach a point that Chen Xi could not bear, it would be better to govern slowly and take the time to gradually wear down this class that has risen too high, without having to endure the crazy social upheaval, and let this class slowly disappear over 100 years. To achieve this, Chapter 693, I'll take the blade. The rebellion of the powerful families, which was originally thought to occur at an unknown time, finally came to fruition thanks to the efforts and waiting of Jiaosu and others. Yuan Shao's side unexpectedly ignited this conflict at this moment, rather than when a major battle between the two sides was about to begin, as Jiaosu and others had predicted. Go and inform Bo Ning. Jiaosu walked out of the government office and ordered the Tiger Guards to guard the entire government office. He then ordered the messenger to inform Manchong. The timing is better than we thought, Lu Su said with a look of surprise. The worst thing didn't happen, which is really good news, Jiaosu said with a sigh. Their original plan was for Yuan Shao to make this move only after the war between Yuan Shao and Liu Bei had truly begun. Making it so early was the best thing that could have been. They are standing at a different angle than us. The person who designed this isn't just targeting us, but also this place. Li Ru pointed to a spot on the map, and the other two also smiled. The Yuan family is indeed a hopeless case. I don't believe that Yuan Shao's strategists would have attacked the Yuan family without his hint. It seems that the originally weak Yuan Shao could no longer restrain his ambitions after becoming powerful. Jiaosu's face was cold. Previously, Jiaosu had a high opinion of Yuan Shao. Even knowing that Yuan Shao was bound to lose, Jiaosu still thought that Yuan Shao would lose like a hero. However, as more and more intelligence reports arrived, he completely abandoned the last bit of respect he had for Yuan Shao, who was now gradually sliding into mediocrity. Feng Shao, indeed your grasp of human nature has far surpassed human limits. Did you understand Yuan Shao's character the moment you saw him acquire Ji province? Jiaosu thought to himself. Jiaosu didn't hold Guojia in much reverence. In fact, aside from Guojia's grasp of human nature, Guojia wasn't particularly outstanding in other areas. Jiaosu could easily circumvent every one of Guojia's schemes, since every single one of Guojia's plans was designed to exploit people's hearts and minds. Now, witnessing Yuan Shao's gradual decline, Jiaosu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He had underestimated Guojia before. Even he might not be able to avoid such a grasp of human nature. Not necessarily. Yuan Shao isn't that bad. Li Yu shook his head. After all, the events in Chang'an were still fresh in his mind. Only Yuan Shao drew his sword and pointed it directly at Dang Suo. All the other heroes in the world were mediocre at that moment. Moreover, Yuan Shao's performance in recent times has absolutely earned him the demeanor of a great ruler. He probably wanted to use this opportunity to manipulate the Yuan family and drag them into the war against our army, thus putting them in a difficult position and forcing them to work together. Lu Su also had a good impression of Yuan Shao. In his opinion, although Yuan Shao and Liu Bei had different ideals, they were both worthy of the name of heroes. Jiaosu glanced at the two indifferently, offering no further explanation. What kind of person Yuan Shao truly was would become clear as the story unfolded. Why discuss it now? With the support of the Yuan family, and the possibility of him taking control of the entire family, Yuan Shao's power was, in their eyes, already sufficient to conquer the world. When the tide turns against you, you become a model for the world. When things are going smoothly, all things cease to exist. This saying is indeed true. Yuan Shao's current behavior is quite different from his previous one. It is likely that his arrogance will lead him to his doom. Jiaosu analyzed the current situation with Li Yu and others with a calm expression, but his thoughts were completely elsewhere. If any of the aristocratic families rebel this time, I will take charge, Li Yu said calmly. The aristocratic families of Qinzhou are mostly based in Fenggao, and that is the core of our army. If we can take it, it will be a morale boost for them. So if they are not stupid, attacking Fenggao is the best choice. Only retain a city management force of 3,000 men and leave Fenggao empty. When Zichuan built Fenggao, he specifically reinforced the first street, and now those reinforcements have affected the development of Fenggao. The shops on the South Street are mostly family-owned establishments. If I'm not mistaken, if there is to be a real outbreak, it will be here. Because he had been dealing with government affairs, Lu Su was very clear about the overall arrangements in Fenggao. 3,000 men are enough. Although urban warfare will weaken our troops' combat effectiveness, our advantages over the enemy are obvious. Li Yu said calmly. He had actually seen brave and elite soldiers, so he knew very well what the 3,000 men of Fenggao meant. That's the last question. How should we handle this matter? Lu Su asked Li Yu. Dismantle, compensate, and re-establish the main family. Li Yu didn't speak, and this time Jiaosu took over and answered for Li Yu. Never exterminate the clan. Lu Su glanced at Jiaosu, then turned to look at Li Yu, his eyes fixed on the other man. This time, Li Yu was the one carrying out the task, so this main theme had to be approved by Li Yu. I will not exterminate the clan, Li Yu said calmly, and seeing that Lu Su was still staring at him, he sighed. Zijin, although I am sometimes too ruthless, I am not so bad as to be unable to distinguish right from wrong. I know how to do this in a way that would benefit our Lord. Then it's up to you. Lu Su silently withdrew his gaze, no longer staring at Li Yu. Prepare to inform Cheng Yuanlong that he needs to know about the situation in Jizhou, so that he can prepare for the impact from the powerful families of Shuzhou and the invasion from the Yuan family of Yuzhou, Li Yu said slowly after Lu Su withdrew his gaze. Cheng Yuanlong, Lu Su frowned. Is this person trustworthy? If there are still doubts, I recommend man-boning. When Fa Shiozi offered this plan, I felt it was too risky. Could this person be trusted? Believable, Li Yu said succinctly. It would be too conspicuous for Bo Ning to enter Shuzhou at this time. If it is noticed by someone with ulterior motives, there will be trouble. Jiao Su explained. Moreover, Cheng Yuanlong's ambition is not for the world. Everything he plans is for his family. This is his Achilles heel. The Cheng family is now thriving. He has been appointed as the prefect of Shuzhou and concurrently the prefect of Shopi. The Yuan family's invasion will not benefit him at all. So let's leave it at that. Lu Su hesitated for a moment but then nodded, acknowledging Jiao Su's explanation. In fact, Lu Su also knew that Manchong could not leave Mount Tainao. After all, the time when Li Yu wiped out all the aristocratic families was the best time for Manchong's laws to be promulgated. This set of laws was created by Manchong by combining a lot of ideas and theories, and it was a legal system that combined customary law, case law, and a lot of other ideas summarized by Cheng Xi's half-crippled ideas. Song Yu was utterly shocked when he obtained this law from Manchong. He had always thought that Manchong was just a cruel official, but after getting his hands on that code, Song Yu never underestimated Manchong again. In his eyes, Manchong was just a genius with eccentricities. Chapter 694. This serves as the basis for legislation. When Manchong arrived, he brought his own codex. For some reason, when the messenger found him, he suddenly had a feeling that his hard work was finally ready to be promulgated. This feeling, which seemed to come on a whim, made Manchong, who had previously disbelieved it and thought he had just picked up the codex, suddenly realized that it was a whim. Upon seeing Manchong, who looked like a stern judge, appear at the door, Jiao Su and the others felt a chill in their hearts. It was almost a physiological instinct. Although Jiao Su and his men had never done anything reckless, when they saw Manchong blocking the doorway, the sunlight shining on Manchong's back and casting his shadow as it fell in, causing the entire government office to darken, they had a bad feeling. Boning, you've arrived, Jiao Su said with a forced smile. Even Jiao Su wasn't used to interacting with Manchong, a ruthless character who could send chills down one's spine. He was too cold. The other men seemed to have just crawled out of a coffin, and you could feel a chill just by standing next to him. In addition, without Lu Yi, Manchong had become a block of ice. Here you are. Manchong raised his hand and forced a smile at the group. His face twitched as if he had a spasm, and then he fell silent. This made Lu Su and the other two feel a little uneasy. All three forced an awkward smile and gestured for him to proceed, inwardly cursing. What does it mean to have one's face reflect one's heart? This guy practically has ruthless written all over his face. After confirming that Manchong had successfully completed the entire code, Jiao Su and Li Yu were completely relieved. The rest was up to them. After this, they would bind all the powerful families to the war effort. At the very least, there must never be a situation where the forces under his rule are not of one mind with Liu Bei. This is a goal that must be achieved immediately. Internal unity. Only by completely ending internal strife can we better wage wars against external enemies. Has the Lord already reviewed them? Li Yu casually flipped through them. Among the 100 or so laws, several stood out from the others, revealing a difference between them and Manchong's iron-fisted approach. While purely based on law, some provisions displayed a degree of humanity. I've reviewed it. Manchong's face was expressionless, almost devoid of emotion. Despite Manchong's expressionless face, he felt a slight sense of pride when he recalled how Liu Bei had spent a month thoroughly reviewing his laws and found it difficult to find fault with them. This was his hard work, the task Cheng she had assigned him when Mount Tai was first built had finally yielded results. Let's keep the aristocratic families in accordance with Bo Ning's general guidelines. Lu Su's face showed a hint of surprise after reading through the general guidelines. Man Chong's laws were far better than he had expected. However, Bo Ning, please also distribute a copy of the relevant laws concerning aristocratic families to me. I also need to learn more about them. No problem, Man Chong replied sternly. Who came up with the idea that all privileges should be exchanged for responsibilities and obligations? Li Yu was very interested in this statement. With this statement as a guarantee, all privileges had a basis for existence. It's written in an ancient book, and I've based my legislation on that. Man Chong said, his thoughts somewhat adrift. This is good, but what do we do now? Li Yu asked, turning his head. What we need now is to lay the foundation first. As for implementation, that can be done when our Lord is qualified to bestow 20 ranks of nobility. What we need to do next is to refine the privileges of each rank. There is no problem with implementing the 20 ranks of nobility, but we cannot allow the situation from 400 years ago to repeat itself. Man Chong said something that could almost be considered a rebellion. However, given the situation in the Han Dynasty, all members of the Lu imperial clan had the right of succession. Unfortunately, Lu Xie had no sons to inherit the throne. If it were still the Han Dynasty, there might have been a general election among the imperial clan. But given the current state of the empire, whether or not an election was held made no difference. The advantage of Lu-based descendants was too obvious. Let's discuss this. This time, we need to clearly define the privileges for each of the 20 tiers. If they exist, they exist. If they don't, they don't. Social welfare benefits should also be clearly stated. Li Yu said solemnly, moreover, it must be written into law and absolutely cannot be shaken. We must determine the maximum number of privileges that each tier can accommodate. This point must not be forgotten. This is indeed something to be careful about. Many of the veterans in Guangzhong at the end of the Qing dynasty did not resist because their class privileges had been destroyed. Lu Su nodded and said, the privileges of the 20 classes should be written into the general outline of the legal code. We also need to measure the responsibilities and obligations that each class should have. The higher the class, the higher the obligations and the higher the privileges they should enjoy. How to measure this is also a problem, Jiaosu sighed. He found that measuring social responsibility and privileges was also a problem. This is probably the buffer period that Zichuan left us, since we don't have the power to issue 20 ranks of nobility right now, Li Yu said after thinking for a moment. We still have a long time to acquire these powers and obligations. He's always one step ahead of us, and he's always the best in terms of strategic frameworks, Lu Su sighed. The issue of the privileges of the 20th level nobility isn't too difficult, since there's already a plan. We can take it slowly. We have plenty of time. At least we don't need to pay too much attention to this aspect before the North is pacified. It won't be long. I think the outbreak of war between us and Yuanshao this year is basically a foregone conclusion. There's no other possibility. Li Yu sighed and said, the struggle between the orthodox families and the common people. After this rebellion, let's directly appoint the students of the academy to the vacated positions. Just as I thought, we should directly promote scholars to higher positions and then raise the proportion of officials from humble backgrounds to 50% before making any further decisions, Lu Su nodded and said. The monopoly of official positions by powerful clans at the end of the Han Dynasty was what made all those in power wary. Even though Mount Tai was constantly weakening the power of these clans, in essence, 70% of the officials under its jurisdiction still came from these clans. Some of these 70% were descendants of these clans, while others were trained by them. Less than 30% were truly from humble backgrounds. We will continue to maintain the system of granting titles based on military merit. The first 15 ranks of nobility are not limited to any particular merit, but ranks 15 through 18 require military merit. As for the 19th and 20th ranks of Marquis within the pass and Marquis of the state, they can only be obtained on the battlefield, Jiaosu added. Only dukes and marquises can become ministers and prime ministers. Li Yu sighed and said, let's keep this rule. As for the 19th and 20th ranks of nobility, let's change it. If a purely civil official becomes a marquis, he will be assigned a prefecture by drawing lots to govern. If 60% of the people in the prefecture agree after 3 years, the title will be reviewed by the holder of the 19th or 20th rank. If 80% agree, he will be directly conferred the title. Very well. Lu Su nodded. Although he looked down on civil officials who couldn't fight, he should still give them a glimmer of hope. As for the 80% chance of direct investiture, Lu Su just wanted to see that even he himself couldn't reach that level now. If he could, then there's nothing more to say. Chapter 695 Unsettled Hearts are the root of chaos. Lu Su and his group's plan actually avoided one point, Chenxi. Although they knew that someone had cut off Chengxi's supply lines, they were not worried at all. This kind of trust in them was somewhat blind. Compared to Liu Bei's situation, Yuan Shu is now in trouble. After being driven to Jing'an and enduring many hardships, Liu Biao successfully counterattacked Jinbei and gained a foothold. Sun Su had just arrived in Xiangyang, Jingzhou. At this time, most of the land in Nanjun had already returned to Liu Biao's control. Fifth! Sun Su slammed his fist on the table. Liu Jiu, how dare you be so ungrateful as to attack Yuan Gong's land? As expected, our army will have to deal with 2 armies this time. As for Lu Jin of Jingzhou, let's not talk about him. Although he is indeed brave and decisive, if he had the same spirit when Jingzhou was still in existence, it would have been as difficult as climbing to heaven for us to take Jingzhou. Pan Tong sat to the side and behind Sun Su, acting as a strategist in his capacity as a scribe. Humph, Kuai Yidu is indeed exceptionally capable, repeatedly using offense as defense, making it difficult for our army to break through the stalemate. Liao Li sighed and said, back then, our army was ultimately relying on force to control people, which inevitably had some constraints. But now, we can say that we can command them as easily as we control our own arms. Gong Yuan's words are indeed reasonable. At that time, our biggest problem was not that we couldn't win, but that we couldn't perfectly command our soldiers. Although Lu Jinshen has gained a foothold in Jinbei, with our army's absolute advantage, the enemy has virtually no chance. Gu Yong said with high spirits. They had already received the news that Sun Su had been made Yuan Shu's successor. Bo Fu, who is your greatest enemy? Pan Tong asked after listening to the cacophony of answers from Sun Su's generals. Lu Jinshen, Kuai Yu, Chao Ren. Sun Su said in a deep voice, but without the gnashing anger of before, carrying a heavy burden. He had matured too much, at least he knew when to remain calm. Then may I ask what Marquis Wuchen and Lord Yuan expect from you? Pan Tong asked, bowing his head in thought. Lord Yuan naturally prioritizes the well-being of the world, and now, his expectation of me is for me to inherit everything he has and achieve hegemony over the world, Sun Su said without hesitation. As for my late father's expectations of me, I suppose they are to prioritize the family business and revitalize the Song family. So now, the greatest way to revitalize the Song family is to establish a foundation for the world and build an empire that will last for 10,000 generations. Pan Tong's calm words resonated in Sun Su's ears. To establish a foundation for an everlasting dynasty. Sun Su murmured to himself. Yes, that's right. Bofu, you need to aim for the whole world. You are already one of the strongest lords in the world. You are no longer that child who lived under someone else's rule. All these people in front of you, including me, are your subjects. Pantong said solemnly to Sansu. Your subject Liao Li pays his respects to your majesty. Liao Li was the first to stand up and bow to Sansu. Your subject Du Yong, Yu Fan, Lin Chao, Deng Xi, Jiang Qing, pay respects to our lord. Pantong spoke, and the entire group of people rose and bowed to Sansu. To conquer the world, is that it? Sansu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then he slowly stood up. Gentlemen, come with me. After exchanging greetings, Sansu finally understood his current situation. He was no longer a nobody living under someone else's command. He was now a regional warlord. No wonder Lu Song, Li Feng, and others showed him more respect when he came to Jingzhou this time. Yuan Shu was indeed an oddball. His generals were certainly not very capable, but their loyalty was unquestionable. They only obeyed Yuan Shu's orders. This is why, even after Sansu ascended to power, the Yuan family was unable to challenge Yuan Shu's generals. After Sansu helped his men up, he fully realized that he no longer represented an individual, but one of the most powerful forces in the world. Since you, General, aim to conquer the world, please put aside your hatred for Kuai Yidu. Back then, we were simply serving different masters. This man is truly a rare talent in the world. After being helped out by Sansu, Liao Li glanced at Pantong and said solemnly. No! Sansu rejected Liao Li's suggestion outright. My lord, what Chief Clerk Liu said makes sense. Those who aspire to rule the world should not abandon the foundation of their hegemony because of a mortal feud. Back then, Guangzhong shot Duke Huang with an arrow, almost killing him with his own hands, but Duke Huang tolerated that arrow's vengeance. Only then did Duke Huang of Qi become the first of the 5 hegemons. Pantong immediately chimed in. Although Pantong didn't understand why Liao Li glared at him, his previous question conveyed the same idea. One should be tolerant of talented people. On the battlefield, everyone serves their own master, and there's no need to eliminate such a person. This matter will be discussed later. Sansu's face darkened, and he was about to reprimand him, but then he thought of Yuan Shu's expectant eyes and the words his father had asked Huang Gai and others to convey to him before he died. All his anger turned into a heavy sense of responsibility, and he swallowed his words of reprimand. Upon hearing this, Liao Li became even more displeased with Pantong. He couldn't tolerate a young boy who had just come of age being ostensibly a clerk but actually a strategist. In fact, if Zhou Yu hadn't been so strong, Liao Li would have been dissatisfied with Zhou Yu as well. Alright, let's postpone it. Pantong was overjoyed to see Sansu relent, and then gave Liao Li a look to express his gratitude. However, Liao Li ignored him completely, which puzzled Pantong. Hadn't they been cooperating well before? What's wrong with this guy? It's worth mentioning that Pantong and Zhuge Liang entered officialdom too early. Although they were highly intelligent, they hadn't yet experienced the ways of the world. They could understand many things, but when they actually encountered them, there were still some things they didn't understand. After all, from his debut until now, Pantong first encountered Zisu, who solved a major problem for free. Later, he met Zhou Yu and Sansu, neither of whom discriminated against him in the slightest. In Pantong's mind, there were more good people than bad. As for Sima Yi, Hu Zhou brought him to the northern frontier so that Sima Yi would understand the various aspects of human life, such as love, hate, separation, and the fickleness of human hearts. From this perspective, Hu Zhou was indeed an excellent teacher. However, on the other hand, Hu Xiao's methods of observing the world and understanding people's hearts all focused on the wickedness of human nature. It would be strange if Sima Yi, whom he educated, did not turn out badly. Of course, there is also the issue of teaching according to aptitude. Now that we have been reinstated and are free from all constraints, I suggest we split our forces into two groups to deal with Lu Jinshen and Lu Jiyu. Liao Li then changed the subject, no longer mentioning Kuai Yu, and turned to military affairs. Our army is strong, so it is indeed the right thing to do. Pan Tong nodded in agreement. You have all fought against Jinzhou before and won every time. You must be very experienced. Since that's the case, let's continue as before. I will accompany the Lord to Tigui to deal with Izhou. Chapter 696 The Terrifying Izhou Detachment. Liao Li's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was sneering. Everything that followed was exactly as Liao Li had predicted. Pan Tong indeed volunteered to go to Tigui to deal with the Izhou army. Xiang, you should not underestimate the generals of Izhou. To be honest, Izhou is a closed-off region, and we haven't really heard much about their expedition from Jinzhou, Gu Yong said to Pan Tong. He was also afraid that Pan Tong might underestimate the generals of Izhou, which would cause Sang Su to suffer a loss, so he stepped forward to warn him. I will be careful. Pan Tong nodded. He didn't mean to underestimate the other party. On the contrary, he knew very well that once he got to the battlefield, the other side would probably mock him and Sang Su as children. You should also be careful of Kuai Yu. He has a deep understanding of the art of sacrificing pawns, and he might even sacrifice himself if necessary. Pan Tong also gave Gu Yong, Yu Fan, and the others a few words of advice. After all, he was from Jinzhou and had his own insights into Kuai Yu's abilities. In that case, I will lead Lu Song, Chen Long, and Li Feng to Tigui to intercept the generals of Izhou. Jiang Qing, you will be the vanguard, and the rest of you will deal with Lu Biao of Jinzhou. We will split into two groups. If one group succeeds first, remember to send reinforcements to help it. Sang Su said after his generals finished assigning the military tasks. Xiang, you will follow me westward. I have treated you poorly before, but from now on you will serve as the Central Army advisor. Sang Su turned to Pan Tong and said. The others congratulated Pan Tong upon hearing this. Although the Central Army advisor was not a high-ranking official, he held considerable power, especially since Sang Su trusted him greatly. Liao Li feigned praise while inwardly sneering. When Sang Su set off with Lu Song and others, with Jiang Qing as the vanguard, Long Ren had already led his troops out of German Pass and was heading towards Hangzhou. Meanwhile, Yan Yan had successfully captured Tigui and was preparing to take Shangyong, thus launching a two-pronged attack on Hangzhou. Pan Tong was no pushover either. From the beginning, he had no intention of directly confronting the Izhou army. Instead, he sent a letter to Zhang Lu to establish an alliance. Meanwhile, he sent people to scout Shangyong, preparing to seize the opportunity to capture Shangyong, block Yan Yan from the north, and force Zhang Lu to deal with another Izhou force. Pan Tong originally planned to send his navy upstream to encircle and annihilate Yan Yan's army, but once he arrived at the battlefield, he decisively abandoned the idea. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. The opposing force, supposedly a detachment of the Shu army, possessed 1 legion talent and 3 mental talents. Pan Tong instantly understood that the tactics he had used against ordinary sages would only result in suicides against monsters of this caliber. Xiang, why do you look so gloomy since you came to Tigui? Sang Su teased Pan Tong, who was riding a white horse. My lord, I'm afraid we've encountered not a detachment of the Shu army, but its main force. You know that my spiritual talent allows me to sense the spiritual talents of others, as well as their legion talents, Pan Tong said with a wry smile. After confirming the enemy's lineup, Pan Tong could no longer laugh. I know that. Gao Jing told me before that all area of effect mental talents have the ability to detect the mental talents of others. However, once the other party fully conceals their abilities, they become undetectable. Sang Su nodded and said, then licked his lips. You mean there's a master of internal energy separation on the other side? No, Pan Tong shook his head and said, if it's not internal energy leaving the body, then it's a spiritual talent. Xiang, you should be as confident as Gao Jing. What's there to be afraid of with just a spiritual talent? You still have me. Sang Su laughed wildly, hoping to give Pan Tong confidence. Pan Tong covered his forehead, completely at a loss for words. Sang Su, seeing that he was laughing wildly while Pan Tong didn't react, laughed a couple of times but then lost interest and said, tell me what's wrong so I can know. If you're like this, I don't even know where to start if I want to help you. The other side has 1 Legion talent and 3 Spirit talents. I've already racked up points on them, Pan Tong said with a smirk. I don't believe there are so many ruthless people on this side of the army. Sang Su's eyebrows twitched. He had only recently achieved the state of internal energy separation and had even wasted his internal energy once before. Now he was finally considered to have truly reached the state of internal energy separation, but his Legion talent had not yet been activated. As a result, the opponent had 3 mental talents and 1 Legion talent. Was this a biased approach? What should we do? Sang Su wasn't stupid. Although he loved to destroy the enemy, he had to be careful not to be destroyed himself in this situation. What else can I do? I'll try to see what kind of spiritual talent the other party has first, and test the waters. Pan Tong said irritably. He didn't expect this situation to occur on his first time as the military strategist, but this only fueled his ambition. Then be careful. You people are much more afraid of fighting than we are. If you miscalculate, the entire army could be wiped out. So, Xiang, you must be careful, Sang Su said, glancing at Pan Tong. Okay, I'll be careful, Pan Tong nodded and said. Meanwhile, Yan Yan and his group had received intelligence of Sang Su's arrival. However, Yan Yan now had 3 strategists, Zhang Song, the prefect of Yizhou, Jing Du, the attendant of Yizhou, and Lu Bao, who had fled to Yizhou due to the war. If we compare the official ranks of these 3 people, Yan Yan is only higher than Lu Bao. The other 2 have very powerful official positions, but unfortunately, the commander-in-chief of this army is Yan Yan. Although Zhang Song and Song Du have high official positions, they only have the right to make suggestions. Sang Su's army has just arrived. The soldiers of Jingzhou will surely fight to the death upon hearing that reinforcements have arrived. It would be better to wait a few days, test the waters, and then make a plan, Lu Bao suggested first after Yan Yan beat the drum and raised the tent. After all, they had not yet come into contact with Sang Su's army, so this was a conservative measure. That's not a good idea. Our army has won every battle we fought and our morale is high. If we retreat after hearing that they're coming, wouldn't that make us look cowardly? We should take advantage of their unstable footing and defeat them in one fell swoop, Zhong Du said with high spirits. I think our current objective is flawed. Our objective is to attack Hangzhong, not Sang Su. Zhang Song also seemed somewhat disapproving of Song Du's suggestion. Of course, if we are to attack Sang Su, I don't think we should be the main force. Our army should form an alliance with the Taishan army. This way, we can force Sang Su to be caught between 2 difficult situations, which would be in our best interest. Our army is formidable, while the Taishan army has no connection with us whatsoever, and the distance is considerable. Even if they intended to form an alliance, it would take a long time. Moreover, the situation in the north is uncertain, and Liu Bei is practically overwhelmed. Lu Bao scoffed at Zhang Song's suggestion. Chapter 697 The Eagle Army's Tight Defense. Our army is clearly blocked now. As for the strategic objectives being compromised, that's not important. We've already occupied a lot of land. Are we going to give it up? Jingdu said with dissatisfaction. Our army should be attacking Hangzhong, not lingering here. Zhang Song said, staring at Songdu. Furthermore, by forming an alliance with Xuanda and defeating Yuanshu, we can restore the situation where the three states guarded the Yangtze River. With the three states supporting each other, as long as the three states are together, the Han dynasty will not fall. Jingdu choked. He wanted to curse right now. He had never taken the Han dynasty seriously. He was just a subject of Lu Zong, working for Lu Zhen's benefit. Who cared about the Han dynasty? As for Zhang Song's words about watching out for each other and ensuring the Han dynasty wouldn't fall, who would believe that? Zhongdu's spiritual talent, to put it simply, is the ability to understand principles. This spiritual talent is extremely powerful in terms of its effect. Basically, it means seeing through the essence of things. In the simplest terms, Jingdu can clearly see through situations where there is no influence from people's hearts. Naturally, with such a useful spiritual talent, he can get straight to the point in most cases when it comes to strategy. Of course, when talking about Zhongdu's spiritual talent, we cannot ignore Fa Lin's spiritual talent. Fa Lin's spiritual talent is actually enlightenment. If these two were to face off, even if Zhongdu had a cheat code, he would lose miserably. The reason is that Fa Zong completely counters Zhongdu in this aspect. With such mental talent, Jingdu clearly understood that what mattered now was no longer conquering Hangzhong, but rather the territory he controlled. Some things couldn't be given up so easily. If he hadn't gotten involved, it would have been fine, but once he did, he certainly couldn't give up. Zhang Song also noticed Zhongdu's forced smile and felt a little embarrassed. These were basically just words he'd used to fool Lu Long. Saying them to the three opposite him at this moment, Yan Yan, however, didn't realize it. Jingdu and Lu Bao, on the other hand, were no pushovers. There was no way they would believe him. After that one sentence, Zhang Song, Jingdu, and Lu Bao were all speechless. Yan Yan finally seized the opportunity, coughed twice, and cleared her throat. Ahem, I think. Look at how far we've come. Giving up is impossible. Of course, what Zhang Bijia said makes a lot of sense, and what Zichu said is also correct. How about this? Let's see how things go first and send someone to make contact. Yan Yan was clearly trying to smooth things over, but there was nothing she could do. These three guys in front of her were no pushovers. Her smooth progress all the way was not only due to Yan Yan's own formidable fighting skills, but also because these three were all incredibly powerful. Alright, I'll go see if I can talk to some of the local barbarians and see if they can lend us some troops or something, Lu Bao said helplessly. He had also noticed that he was actually the least noticeable among the three of them. There was nothing he could do about it. He had suffered from a disadvantage in terms of mental talent, which was entirely reserved for internal affairs development. That's settled then. Zishang, Jingdu, you fight. I'll go see if I can get in touch with Xuandagong. Let's have a three-way battle to destroy Yuan. Zhang Song said irritably. He realized that he was no match for Zhongdu, this ruthless man, in terms of warfare. His mental talent leaned towards strategy, but he didn't seem to be as ruthless as Zhongdu in actual combat. After the two somewhat frustrated men left, Jingdu began to discuss with Yan Yan how to deal with Sangsu. Compared to Lu Bao's conservative approach, Zhongdu's strategy was much bolder. He relied entirely on his current high morale and prepared to severely damage Sangsu's army's morale in one battle. A head-on confrontation. Yan Yan frowned after hearing Zhongdu's suggestion. What kind of strategy was this? Even though they had won many battles, Yan Yan did not underestimate the other party. This general, who had been a general for decades, was much more cautious than the younger generation. Let's fight them first to determine the similarities and differences between this force and the armies we fought before. If they're exactly the same, then it will be decided in one battle. If they're truly formidable, our army will also be prepared, Zhongdu said solemnly. Upon learning that this army was led by Sun Tzu, Zhongdu knew that the strength of this reinforcement was definitely not weak. This was Yuan Shu's chosen successor, and the previous successor had died due to inadequate protection. It would be strange if he were not careful this time. However, Zhongdu wanted to fight to see how strong his opponent really was before he could start making plans. He was still unsure of how strong his opponent was, since his mental talent allowed him to distinguish between true and false information, such as how fierce the little conqueror Sun Tzu really was. There's no need for that. A head-on collision would result in too many losses. The casualties of a major battle might even exceed the losses of our long-running fight, Yan Yan said to Zhongdu with dissatisfaction. He cherished his soldiers very much. We can't exactly launch a night raid, Zhongdu sighed, decisively setting a trap for Yan Yan to fall into. That's a good idea. Although it won't yield any great results, it'll be good to give them a taste of their power, Yan Yan said sternly. The enemy will be prepared. After all, it is Yuan Shu's successor who is leading the expedition. Their defenses will be very tight. They are completely different from the enemies we have dealt with before. Zhongdu shook his head and said, however, since the general is unwilling, we might as well go and occupy Badong first and wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. On Zhongdu's advice, Yan Yan went to Badong and quickly conquered it. By the time Sun Tzu arrived in the Badong area, Yan Yan had already secured the passes and choke points, and held onto Tigua, preparing to observe Sun Tzu's fighting strength up close. Pentong was at a loss as to how to deal with the Izhou army's shameless tactics. Not only did the enemy have a numerical advantage, but they were also holding their ground and showed no pride whatsoever as victors. A messenger from the front camp reports that the Izhou army has come to challenge us, and General Sun has already broken out. A messenger rushed into Pentong's tent and shouted. What? Pentong was shocked, and then quickly rode out of the camp, fearing that Sun Tzu might fall into an ambush if he was not careful. The thing that Pentong was most grateful for after arriving in Jingzhou was that Yuan Shu's generals were still quite convinced of Sun Tzu's abilities. At least Sun Tzu could be mobilized without any constraints, which was good news. However, being convinced of Sun Tzu's abilities did not mean being convinced of his abilities. However, when Pentong rushed out, he found that Sun Tzu had not led a large army to pursue him. Instead, he was wielding a spear and fighting one-on-one with an old general who looked to be around 50 years old. The two fought fiercely, one in gold and the other in fire. However, it was obvious that Sun Tzu was a little weaker than his opponent due to his age. Pentong frowned as he stared at Yan Yan. Chapter 698 The Target, Wiping out the Izhou army in one piece. For plain text online reading and mobile-friendly reading, please visit M. Although Sun Tzu's strength had not reached its peak, he was still a prodigy. Yan Yan, on the other hand, was experienced, but he was not a super general like Huangzhong, who became more ruthless with age. Therefore, although Yan Yan could suppress Sun Tzu in terms of martial prowess, he could not win easily. At the beginning, Sun Tzu struggled to gain the upper hand against Yan Yan's powerful spear, but as the battle continued, he became increasingly stronger and gradually turned the tide of the battle. The two fought fiercely, then changed horses and came to fight again. Yan Yan was not as young and impetuous as Sang Soo, and when the situation began to turn in Sang Soo's favor, he decisively sent his army forward. The two sides fought a chaotic battle, leaving more than 100 corpses behind, and then they called a truce. Bam! Sang Soo slammed his helmet onto the table, then picked up his wine bowl and gulped it down in a few mouthfuls. This veteran is truly impressive, Sang Soo said with a sigh after putting down his wine bowl. In the early stages of a major battle, he was even stronger than me, but unfortunately, he's getting old and his internal recovery speed isn't good. You're focusing your attention on the wrong thing, Pan Tong said, frowning. It's not a good habit to show off your strength. Didn't you notice that the opponent just activated his Legion talent? What's so great about him? Even if he activated his Legion talent, he only barely managed to stabilize the situation. His soldiers are far inferior. Sang Soo slammed his hand on the table and laughed loudly. However, the opponent's martial prowess is indeed formidable. Indeed, the soldiers led by the enemy were not his personal guards. Subtle differences could be seen between them. And the general's troops were merely the vanguard infantry, which, in this respect, were just ordinary soldiers. Pan Tong said, frowning. How do you know they're not leading their personal guards? I saw they were well armored and led by a valiant general. How could they not be their personal guards? Sang Soo asked, puzzled. Pan Tong rolled his eyes. Too lazy to explain to Sang Soo. If the soldiers who came to challenge him were the enemy's personal guards, then there shouldn't have been any soldiers who hesitated to advance before Yan Yan withdrew, and even less should they have retreated on their own when they were losing ground in the battle with Sang Soo's soldiers and Yan Yan had not yet retreated. Sang Soo also noticed Pan Tong's eye roll, but his good point was that he trusted Zhou Yu a lot, and Pan Tong was someone Zhou Yu recommended to him, so naturally he trusted Pan Tong as well. Since the other party didn't want to talk, Sang Soo wouldn't make things difficult for him. I think I've come up with a good idea. Pan Tong thought of the extremely low combat power of Yan Yan's soldiers compared to the other warlords in the Central Plains, and a good idea came to his mind. Bofu, did you notice any significant changes in the enemy's soldiers' combat performance after their Legion talents were activated? Although Pan Tong had witnessed it firsthand, he still wanted to confirm with Sang Soo. They seem to have become more resilient, more difficult to defeat. Sang Soo stroked his chin and said, yes, that's the feeling. After activating their Legion talent, even the opponent themselves have become more resilient, with a sense of growing stronger with age. They are even harder to defeat. It seems my intuition was right, Pan Tong nodded and said. I was almost able to defeat him before, but after he activated his Legion talent, it seems that his strength didn't increase, but his endurance became much stronger. He became very difficult to defeat. Sang Soo also recalled the changes that occurred after Yan Yan activated his Legion talent. Just as I thought. A smile appeared on Pan Tong's face. The other side really came to test our army's combat capabilities. Testing our army. Sang Soo's face darkened. Then didn't my earlier charge out with the vanguard expose me? My camp is in the central camp. My personal guards can't get out. On the contrary, General, you have done very well, Pan Tong said, holding up a finger and waving it. Haven't you noticed that the infantry and cavalry you led from Shochun are far more elite and valiant than those here, and their equipment is also much better? In that case, that makes sense. Speaking of which, Xiuan, you should just call me Bofu. I'm not used to always calling me you. Sang Soo didn't understand what Pan Tong was saying at all and picked his ear as he spoke. Pan Tong fell silent for a moment, finally understanding why Zhou Yu liked to cast his mental talent on him when chatting with Sang Soo, since Sang Soo couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Okay. By the way, What did you mean by what you said before? Sun Tzu finally realized what was going on and asked. What I mean is, I know how to defeat the enemy. Pan Tong pinched his brow and said with a helpless expression, You did a good job before. Leave the rest to me. Even if we can't defeat the Zhou army in one fell swoop this time, we can still make them tremble with fear in one battle. How? I knew you could do it. Sun Tzu said smugly, patting Pan Tong on the shoulder. Then, as if remembering something, he added, But didn't you see that the other side has 3 people with spiritual talents? Are you sure you can handle it? No problem, Pan Tong nodded and said. Sometimes it is precisely because of their exceptional wisdom that they are certain of their judgment, and this is the limitation of all wise men's vision. This is the key to defeating their opponents. Ha, it's up to you now. Remember to let me have another big fight with that old guy. I think I can definitely defeat him next time. Sun Tzu patted Pan Tong on the shoulder and instructed him. Don't worry, I'll find a good opportunity for you to have a big fight with him, Pan Tong said with a light laugh. If he wasn't mistaken, the other side had definitely mistaken the soldiers from Sun Tzu's previous battle for Sun Tzu's personal guards. Pan Tong silently plotted. He was also wary of the 3 spiritual talents on the other side, but he wanted to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Pan Tong suddenly made up his mind. The entire province of Zhou was already part of his and Shou Yu's plan, and it was necessary to leave a shadow over it now. After confirming that the other party had indeed come to test him, Pan Tong suddenly had a plan in mind and prepared to scheme against them. As for the dangers of this plan, Pan Tong was willing to take a gamble. If he succeeded, he could wipe out the 3 strategists in one fell swoop, and Zhou would be within his grasp. If he failed, he would not be able to suppress the Zhou army that had gained momentum, and he would not be able to gain anything either. Chapter 699: The Correct Use of Legion Talents. While Pan Tong was preparing to take down all the civil and military officials of Zhou in one fell swoop, Yan Yan was quite satisfied. Although he was somewhat humiliated by Sun Tzu's defeat, at least with his years of experience, he had managed to assess the strength of Sun Tzu's army. After returning to his camp, Yan Yan looked dejected. He suddenly realized that Zhongdu's words made a lot of sense. The enemy's reinforcements were indeed much stronger than the previous garrison soldiers. Testing them was indeed necessary. How is General Yan? Jingdu asked with a smile. Just as you said, Sun Tzu's army is stronger than the previous garrison troops, and may only be slightly weaker than our army. Moreover, Sun Tzu himself is no weaker than me, Yan Yan said with a wry smile. My soldiers have won many battles since leaving Zhou, and their morale is high. Moreover, they have changed into the weapons and armor of my personal guards. If it weren't for the support of my legion's talent, they might have been completely defeated by the enemy's personal guards. Seeing Zhongdu thinking, Yan Yan thought for a moment and then added, Is that really so? Jingdu's face lit up with joy. If that's the case, even if our soldiers have a numerical advantage, it will be extremely difficult for them to achieve a complete victory, Yan Yan said helplessly. That would be perfect, Zhongdu said with a smile. General, please invite Prefect Zhang and Attendant Liu to come and discuss this. If things go this way, our army will probably be able to defeat the enemy in the near future. Yan Yan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Every general loves to win battles, and Yan Yan was no exception. Upon learning that Zhongdu had a good plan, he immediately beat the drum and raised his tent. Soon, Zhang Song and Lu Bao reappeared in Yan Yan's tent. After analyzing what Yan Yan had seen, they were all satisfied with Zhongdu's plan, but were worried that the damage might be too great. Such troop losses are a bit too great, Lu Bao said, frowning. After all, General Yan also said that the enemy's personal guards are stronger than our ordinary soldiers. So even if the enemy's soldiers are weaker than ours, it's only by a limited margin, and the enemy troops are newly arrived. Their morale is not low. That's why we must press on and take advantage of our high morale to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop, Jing Du said solemnly. This plan is to start with the difficult part and then move to the easy part. As long as the first step is successful, our morale will be even stronger. Then we can pursue them with the momentum of a great victory. If nothing unexpected happens, we can win 5 battles in a row and take down Shangyong as well. Lu Bao's eyebrows were almost knitted together. He had to admit that Xiongdu was absolutely right. This was a situation where winning one game would guarantee victory in all subsequent games. In fact, it could be said that as long as they won the first game, they might not even need to fight as many games to secure the win. What if our army can't defeat the enemy in the first battle? Or what if the enemy is too resilient and we can defeat them but not rout them? Zhang Song also spoke up, admitting that Xiongdu's plan was correct. However, he had to consider some unforeseen factors. General Yan, if I'm not mistaken, your Legion talent isn't very effective in winning situations, but it can have special effects in certain circumstances, right? Jingdu asked Yan Yan, turning his head to her. My Legion talent isn't very effective when our army has the advantage. However, it has a special effect when our army is exhausted, routing, and on the verge of collapse. It can make the soldiers more resilient. Yan Yan smiled bitterly as he saw the 3 people in front of him looking at him, and explained his Legion talent. In his opinion, this Legion talent was simply a useless talent. Zhang Song's eyes lit up suddenly, and he instantly understood Zhongdu's meaning. He then asked, Grandpa Yan, how many people can your Legion talent cover? 20 or 30,000 people is still manageable, but this useless Legion talent is useless no matter how many people it covers. Yan Yan said with a smirk. If this Legion talent could increase combat power, even by 1%, it would be powerful enough to cover so many people. Unfortunately, it can only increase the army's resilience in bad situations. Let's do it, Zhang Song said without hesitation. What else is there to say? Now that we're in an invincible position, what's there to be afraid of? Let's do it! Lu Bao finally understood what this Legion talent was, for it was simply to ensure that they wouldn't suffer a major defeat. As long as there isn't a major rout, they'll turn the tide sooner or later. So what's there to worry about? Use whatever risky strategies you want. With Yan Yan around, the army won't desert, so even if we lose, it won't be a terrible defeat. As for Yan Yan's death, the destruction of the Legion's talent, and the need to kill someone with internal energy separation from the body within the army, such a thing has never happened since the existence of beings with internal energy separation from the body. To date, no unlucky person with internal energy separation from the body has been heard of being killed while trying to escape. Grandpa, you should have told me sooner that you had such a useful Legion talent, Zhang Song said, patting Yan Yan on the shoulder. Yan Yan was a little dumbfounded. What use is a Legion talent that has nothing to do with combat power? And it's such a useful Legion talent. Since the old man has this ability, why don't we split into 4 groups and wipe them out in one fell swoop? Anyway, even if something unexpected happens, we won't be defeated. At most, we can retreat to Badong. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Song's ugly face. Now that he knew he wouldn't be defeated, what was there to worry about? He dared to use even the most dangerous schemes. Immediately, Zhang Song pointed to 4 places on the map, ready to make a fortune in one fell swoop. In that case, why don't we take a gamble and see which direction they break out in, then ambush them and take everything west of Yiling in one fell swoop. Lu Bao said fiercely. Since there is no danger of a major defeat, what is there to worry about? We should pursue whatever is dangerous or beneficial. As long as we avoid the water and fire traps and are not completely wiped out, it is not a big problem. Moreover, the more dangerous the plan, the less attention ordinary people will pay to it. Let's cut off their advance in one fell swoop and keep going, Jing Du said coldly. Since the General Legion's talent is to increase the resilience of the troops, then this time we will make the most of this strategy. Zhang Song and Lu Bao filled in the gaps in Zhong Du's plan, and finally, an extremely ruthless and dangerous plan emerged. Even Yan Yan had a feeling after seeing this plan that if they made a single mistake, they would be doomed. Don't worry, General. As long as your Legion's talent is as you say, there won't be any problems. Rest assured, your Legion's talent is best suited for using such dangerous schemes. There's no need to worry about any unexpected incidents, Zhang Song and the others reassured Yan Yan, who was already furious and fuming from the dangerous scheme they had devised. If this plan goes wrong by even the slightest mishap, we will collapse, Yan Yan said, looking puzzled. Isn't your Legion's talent just enough to handle this situation? Look, as long as we succeed, everything west of Yiling will be ours. Besides, don't you trust your soldiers? Zhang Song quickly persuaded him. This kind of plan can only be executed with Yan Yan's leadership. Without Yan Yan's approval, none of them could do it. Let's start the war in chapter 700. Can it really work? Yan Yan looked at the three people in front of her. It can be done. Zhang Song, Zhong Du, and Lu Bao nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Won't something unexpected happen? Yan Yan looked at the three of them. Even if there's an accident, it won't be a major defeat, the three said in unison. Fine, I'll do it, Yan Yan said with a dark face. Yan Yan was unaware that this plan would make him famous throughout the land. With a mere 30,000 infantrymen, he conquered a large area of land to the west, including Yiling, and to the south, including Shangyong. Although he was ruthlessly defeated by Pan Tong's scheme at the height of his power, no one could deny Yan Yan's ambition and brilliance at that time. Compared to Yizhou's plan to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop, both sides in Yanzhou clearly had some miscalculations. Chen Xi had made plans in advance, but he couldn't resist Su Yu's so-called unorthodox tactics. Su Yu's so-called unorthodox plan was completely beyond Zhuge Liang and Fa Zhen's expectations. When they actually encountered it, Cheng Xi's side was full of bad luck. Similarly, Guo Jiao from Jin didn't fare well either, but Tianfeng didn't gain any advantage either. Moreover, after Guo Jia's repeated probing, he was able to understand the essence of Tianfeng's spiritual talent. How do we fight this? Guan Yu was also a little embarrassed. After several attempts to devise a plan failed, Guan Yu became more and more composed. However, composure is not the same as being steady. Yan Lian's forces, on the other side, were almost 4 times the size of Guan Yu's. I think I understand what's going on now. Tianfeng is more troublesome than I thought. He probably knows the outcome of all the direct conspiracies in advance, Guo Jiao said with a smirk. This was blatant cheating. This kind of spiritual talent is simply shameless. Guan Yu's face twitched slightly. He finally understood why Guo Jia's schemes against Yuan Xiao's army had only scratched the surface in the past few days. General Guan, what is your objective? Guo Jiao asked casually. In this situation, we should defend Jin first, Guan Yu said with a dark face. This is not difficult, Guo Jiao replied, bowing his head. It's not easy either. The other side really has a large army and many generals. Guan Yu said with a helpless expression. Guo Jiao smiled. He didn't say anything more. He had already roughly figured out the situation regarding Tianfeng's spiritual talent. The remaining question was how to deal with Tianfeng and Yan Lian's army, but Guo Jiao was now considering which method to use. Guo Jiao analyzed silently. Guo Jiao pinched the space between his eyebrows and thought. However, Guo Jiao then realized that if Liu Yi were to deal with Tianfeng, it would be incredibly frustrating for him. With so many schemes and plans, even if he saw the outcome, the constant switching between them would be a headache. Guo Jiao began to consider a second approach. However, Guo Jiao immediately thought of Chonggong as soon as the second method came to mind. It was obvious that Chonggong was unaware of Tianfeng's mental talent, yet he had still managed to crush the unfortunate Tianfeng. As for the reason, Guo Jiao pondered deeply. Finally, after some probing, he confirmed that Tianfeng's mental talent was unpredictable in the face of unexpected events. Guo Jiao created an unexpected event during his previous encounter with Tianfeng. Although this unexpected event only killed about 100 of Tianfeng's men, it was enough to verify Guo Jiao's conjecture. Of course, this unexpected event also verified the first conjecture. Guo Jiao sighed. The third method was something Guo Jiao had planned to do against Tianfeng long ago. The method was incredibly simple. He would force Tianfeng to follow his lead. He would dig a pit first, and then Tianfeng would walk into it, instead of digging the pit only after Tianfeng walked into it, as before. To put it bluntly, this is no longer a strategy. It's essentially a grasp of the enemy's situation, like playing chess, preparing in advance to capture your next move. This level of control over the situation is only possible if the opponent is far weaker than you. Otherwise, a slight misstep could backfire. However, Guo Jiao now suspects one thing. Tianfeng has unwavering faith in his spiritual talent, to the point that all his abilities are actually complemented by it. If that's the case, Guo Jiao could still trick Tianfeng. Sometimes, too much advantage can blind one's vision and prevent one from noticing one's own shortcomings. Guo Jiao thought helplessly. Just as Guo Jiao had worried, Chen Xi was still frustrated when he actually encountered Su Yu. Su Yu didn't play by the rules at all, and his chaotic punches left Chen Xi and his group dizzy and disoriented. On that day, after learning that the visitor was Su Yu, Chen Xi made extra preparations and ordered people to inform Song Qian and others in Linyi to be careful. He also instructed Wang Xiu of Linyi to guard the city carefully, ordered Su Zhu not to be provoked by the possible attacking army, and also asked Zhang Yan to strengthen the control of his subordinates. Overall, Chen Xi's response was flawless, but sometimes, even if you respond correctly, things won't be fine. After Zhuge Liang confirmed that someone had indeed arrived from the rear in the afternoon, Chen Xi ordered his soldiers to rest in batches to avoid a surprise attack. Then, when night fell, the full moon rose and its silvery light bathed the earth. The sky was cloudless that night, so there was no problem reading a book. I forgot it's a full moon today. There's no way anyone could launch a night raid. Chen Xi stared at the bright moon, which was almost in the sky, and smiled bitterly. On a night like this, everything within a mile was completely visible. I was also negligent, but if we hadn't discovered it, using the method of driving the wind and clouds would probably have caused us a great loss. Zhuge Liang also sighed. The other side has a good plan. Even the best schemes are useless once we discover them, Chen Xi said smugly, his previous worry gone. Chapter 701. If I can't figure it out, then I won't guess. On the other side, Su Yu, riding his horse, looked at the moon that was about to rise high in the sky. It's already high, sure. 9 to 11 p.m. Our reinforcements should have already begun their operation. How wonderful, such a tranquil night, only slaughter can draw back the curtain on the stage. But speaking of which, the drama of Mount Tai is indeed a kind of beauty. Strategist, is a night raid useful at this time? Wen Qiu said with a wry smile. He could see things a mile away. At this time, a night raid would have no surprise effect whatsoever. Night raid. Su Yu looked up at the bright moon, his left hand lightly stroking the horse's back. When did I say we should launch a night raid? So-called ingenious strategies only require surprise, and this bright moon is the perfect time for a surprise attack. Yan Liang was obviously dumbfounded, not understanding what Su Yu was talking about at all. What was this all about? It's already high, sure. I imagine the Lu brothers have already launched their attack on Chipping. They should be able to do what I asked for by midnight at the latest. Let's make preparations. Su Yu calmly looked back at Wen Qiu, his eyes filled with confidence at this moment. All right. Wen Qiu nodded, infected by Su Yu's confidence. If the enemy had the guts, what did he have to fear? Su Yu thought silently. He stroked his horse's mane, calming himself. After eliminating 3 waves of scouts, Su Yu realized that his seemingly flawless plan had been seen through in some way. However, he wasn't worried. The core of his scheme wasn't in that aspect. As the moon rose high in the sky, Chen Xi grew weary. He had been waiting for Su Yu's army to attack, though he knew perfectly well that any night raid under such moonlight would be a joke. Yet, he still felt a slight unease. After all, Su Ziyuan had planned for so long, only to be defeated by the timing wasn't that a joke. It seems they won't come, Chen Xi sighed, staring at the bright moon in the sky. He had prepared extensively, but the timing had ruined everything. Chen Xi immediately stopped talking and quickly mobilized his mental energy to manipulate the weather, fixing the weather in the area. Since it was sunny, let it stay sunny. Such cloudless weather was a good thing. Xinba, send men to guard the camp gate. Increase manpower, send more patrols, and send more sentries. In short, don't let that Su Yu have any chance. Chen Xi sighed and said. He was exhausted after watching for so long without seeing anyone. Strategist, you should go and rest. With me, Gang Xinba, here. I will definitely not give the other side any chance, Gang Ning replied with a fist salute. All right, then I'll leave it to you. I'll go and rest now. Chen Xi was indeed a little tired. He petted Gang Ning and returned to the central camp to rest with the young. Gang Luo, send men to protect the central camp. I have a bad feeling about today, Gang Ning ordered his personal guards after Chen Xi left. Yes, sir, Gang Luo replied. When Chen Xi returned to his main tent, inside Zhuge Liang's tent nearby, the sounds of Fei Ying and Zhuge Liang playing chess and chatting could still be heard. Aren't you two going to rest? Chen Xi asked, yawning as he opened the tent flap. I can't sleep, Fei Ying said, his face dark. Zichuan, aren't you nervous at all? I'm very worried. You two continue, I'm going to sleep. Remember to wake me if anything happens. Chen Xi yawned and staggered back to his own tent to rest. Zichuan, wake up. Chen Xi had barely touched his pillow when he heard Zhuge Liang's urgent voice. With a whoosh, Chen Xi sat bolt upright. Su Yu is here? No, he didn't come here. The enemy went to Lini New City. They're attacking the city. Zhuge Liang replied quickly. Ha! Chen Xi was taken aback. Are those guys courting death? Do they really think they're 10 times more ferocious than our army in a night attack? Zichuan, the moonlight is bright tonight. We can see clearly. There's no problem with visibility during a night attack. Besides, General Su's Tiger Guard reported that because we didn't expect the enemy to attack at night, our defenses were too lax, and they almost seized the opportunity to breach one section of the city wall. Zhuge Liang hurriedly recounted the events. Ah! The enemy went to attack the city? Chen Xi said incredulously. How is that possible? With us stationed here, they still dare to attack the city. Are they courting death? Aren't they afraid we'll attack them from both sides and wipe them out? But before, when our general wasn't on the city wall, they almost stormed it in one go. Zhuge Liang also looked incredulous. Bring me that tiger guard who delivered the message earlier. Chen Xi ordered Zhuge Liang, somewhat suspecting that the man might be one of Su Yu's men in disguise. When Zhuge Liang brought the tiger guard over, Chen Xi recognized him immediately. He was Su Chu's cousin, one of the burly men who had traveled with Su Chu. Su Liang, what brings you here? Chen Xi knew from seeing him that what he'd said before was true. Prefect Wang sent me through my cousin, Su Liang said, scratching the back of his head with a simple, honest expression. After confirming that everything was in order, Chen Xi was increasingly confused about what the other man was up to. Although all his previous efforts would be wasted if he could seize Lining City in one fell swoop, was it worth taking such a huge risk? Zai, what are you thinking? Chen Xi suspected something was amiss, but he couldn't bear to miss such a good opportunity. I'm wondering if this force is really under Su Yu's command. Fa Xiong said with a deep frown. If this force is Su Yu's, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to lure us into an attack? Is it a transfer of the 100,000 troops from Yanzhou? If this force is not Su Yu's, and if it is indeed meant to lure us into an attack, then Su Yu's goal is to annihilate us completely. Zhuge Liang said incredulously. Fa Lin's questions puzzled Zhuge Liang as well. It wasn't that Zhuge Liang underestimated Su Yu, but Cheng Xi's forces were considerable. Even if the enemy had several thousand cavalry, they couldn't possibly annihilate Cheng Xi. Moreover, Chen Xi had prepared a large number of powerful crossbows to compensate for his cavalry disadvantage. Zhuge Liang didn't believe Su Yu couldn't guess that. Impossible. My forces are not something that can be defeated by a few thousand cavalry, unless they have more than 10,000. But if they have more than 10,000 cavalry, there's no need to hide it. They can just openly display them. Chen Xi shook his head and said, "Order the left and right camps to follow me on the expedition." Should we ambush them from both the front and rear simultaneously? Zhuge Liang frowned and said, "What if it's really as Xiuzi says? We'll use our reserves and finish them off in one battle. Anyway, our goal is to defend Lini, not to conquer cities and territories. If both sides are crippled, it will be more advantageous for our army. Besides, we might not even be crippled." Chen Xi said bluntly, "I want to see what Su Yu is planning and what he can do." Chapter 702 This is your plan. Once Cheng Xi made up his mind, he had nothing more to say. He left Chen Huang, Gang Luo, and others to guard the camp as a second line of defense, and ordered Gang Ning to immediately prepare for a coordinated attack from within and without to annihilate Yuan Xiao's army attacking Lining City. "Get out of my way." Su Chu kicked Lu Xiang off the city wall, then turned and shattered Lu Kuang and Lu Xiang's broadswords with a single blow, forcing them to jump off the wall. "Damn it!" Lu Kuang pulled his cousin away, only to see Su Chu's arrow miss its mark, embedding itself completely in the ground. "I told you, you bastard, it's a feint attack. You went and fought that monster to the death. Do you want to die?" Lu Xiang and Lu Kuang each grabbed Lu Xiang's arms, dodging Su Chu's thrown spear, and dragged Lu Xiang back to the front lines. Luckily, Su Chu is incredibly strong, but not skilled with a bow and arrow. Otherwise, with his strength, without internal energy, he could easily kill you with a 10-stone bow. Lu Xiang lectured as they ran. "How was I supposed to know that guy was so freakish?" Lu Xiang said, spitting out blood. Although the cloud energy suppressed him, he hadn't broken any bones from Su Chu's kick, only coughed up blood, and could still retort with such vigor that was enough to show how powerful Su Chu was. I already told you that monster has internal energy separation, and you still went up there. Lu Xiang was furious. If it weren't for his cousin, and his uncle dying young, leaving only this one heir, and the line ending with him, who would care about Lu Xiang? Isn't it because the cloud energy is blocking his internal energy separation? Lu Xiang laughed, spitting blood. My greatest ambition in this life is to destroy internal energy separation by refining qi into a protective force. Lu Kuang and his brother remained silent. Their cousin's talent in martial arts far surpassed theirs, but unfortunately, he suffered setbacks along the way. Even after transcending life and death, he couldn't achieve internal energy separation. Don't go and die. Even if the opponent is the weakest internal energy separation form, you can't handle it, Lu Kuang slapped Lu Xiang. Next time you go, remember to bring your personal guards. You're a general, not a wandering knight. But what exactly are we here for? Lu Xiang curled his lip, completely disregarding his cousin's words. If he had the chance, he would still go back to challenge the inner qi transformation technique, at least after the cloud qi suppressed it. What are we here for? I don't know either. We'll find out when we see military advisor Su. We just need to follow his orders. Lu Kuang said nonchalantly. But you, kid, go to the rear and prepare for an attack. Lu Xiang pointed to the rear army and said with dissatisfaction. Okay, we're just here to be bait, aren't we? Lu Xiang said with dissatisfaction, then shouldered his broadsword and rode his horse towards the rear camp. It was really dangerous before. Lu Kuang looked at Su Chu on the city wall, wielding his broadsword, whom ordinary soldiers couldn't even get close to, with a slightly wary expression. Even with their inner qi suppressed by the cloud qi, the three of them together couldn't defeat him. However, Xiang Zi acted recklessly and actually charged straight up the city wall. Now everyone probably thinks that's really our objective. Lu Xiang also looked wary. His cousin had actually taken advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to charge up the city wall in one go. Not only were Wang Xiu's men frightened, but Lu Kuang's men were also frightened. We absolutely cannot let him do such a thing again. He's my uncle's only son. Lu Kuang turned his head and instructed. Report, Commander. A scout reports that Yuan Xiao's army has been spotted 10 miles away. Gong Ning rode his horse to report to Cheng Xi in the formation. Raise all army's banners and prepare to attack, Xinba. You know what to do, right? Chen Xi stared at Gong Ning and said. No problem. Gong Ning laughed heartily, no longer concealing his presence, and directly unleashed his momentum. He rode his horse and led his troops towards the opposite side. The momentum, like a raging wave, undisguisedly told Su Chu that reinforcements had arrived, and also told Lu Kuang and the others that the enemy had arrived. Kill them! Gong Ning roared, leading his infantry in a massive charge towards Yuan Xiao's army. The long, continuous formation clashed directly with Yuan Xiao's rear guard. They've finally arrived. Lu Xiang and Lu Kuang exchanged a glance and roared back. The field cavalry on the left and right flanks charged forward with all their might, unleashing a furious barrage of crossbow bolts, while the infantry, led by Lu Xiang, clashed fiercely with Lu Bei's army. Annihilate them! Gong Ning laughed wildly, a halo of azure light sweeping over his soldiers. Instantly, the courage, morale, and defense of his troops increased to varying degrees. Die! Gong Ning brandished his broadsword and charged into Yuan Xiao's army, sweeping away crossbow bolts with his iron chains. He fiercely tore through the enemy formation, and then his personal guards bravely led the charge, heading straight for the enemy commander's banner. Gang Xinba, you've finally arrived! Su Zhu roared, leaping off the city wall. The gates of Lini New City swung open, and hundreds of cavalrymen, following Zhang Yan, charged madly towards the main army outside the city. Su Yu stood guard at the city gate like a war god. "Hold on!" Lu Kuang and Lu Xiang shouted, their armies on the left and right flanks desperately trying to suppress Gong Ning's charge. However, this action left the center wide open. Zhang Yan led his cavalry to attack Lu Xiang's central army. The next moment, Lu Xiang's central army, which had been in an arc shape, suddenly caved in like a lump of dough. Seeing the central army fall, Lu Xiang immediately led his personal guards to block it. The clash between the two sides' guards immediately revealed the difference in strength. Even under Zhang Yan's command, Su Ju's tiger guard charged like tigers descending a mountain, while Lu Xiang's guards, though fighting desperately, were no match for the tiger guard's might. "Strategist, if you hadn't come soon, we wouldn't have been able to break through." Lu Kuang cursed under his breath as he gave orders. He could only be described as a decent general, far from being a good general. If it weren't for the advantage in troop numbers and the fact that his two brothers fought bravely, the army might have collapsed. Clatter, 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 a chaotic clatter of hoofs, followed by the thunderous roar of 10,000 horses galloping, then mingled with the imposing aura of dark clouds pressing down on the city of Lini. The oppressive silence of the clattering hoofs, aside from the thunderous roar, weighed heavily on the hearts of the two armies locked in battle. "Is this Su Yu's scheme?" Chen Xi stared in bewilderment at the surging army. While the charge of thousands of cavalrymen, each riding 2 horses, was indeed terrifying, if this was Su Yu's plan, then it was nothing more than a battle with no clear victor. "Reinforcements have arrived. Kill!" Lu Kuang roared, no longer worried, and immediately led his personal guards toward Su Chu's direction. "Break through the defenses of Lini New City and take this new city. Kill!" Yuan Xiao's army, seeing the bright one banner, whose morale had been greatly reduced due to being attacked from both sides, instantly surged up and launched a direct attack on Liu Bei's army. Unfortunately, Chen Xi had anticipated this, and such an attack could at most only slow down Liu Bei, and could not repel him at all. Chapter 703 Bloody Battle. "Hey, you really have the guts to come." Gong Ning laughed wildly, immediately pulled a huge arrow from under the horse's belly, then drew back the 10-stone bow and shot the signal arrow out. A burst of fire suddenly erupted in the sky. Gong Ning was clearly out of breath after shooting the arrow. There are very few people who can still fight effectively without internal energy. Not everyone is like Su Chu, Dian Wei, or Wu Angguo, who can wield a hammer weighing hundreds of kilograms like a toy even without internal energy. This is what it means to have superhuman strength. When both possess the ability to release internal energy from their bodies, a difference of 1,800 jin in strength is nothing. However, without internal energy, a difference of 1,800 jin in strength is enough to kill a person. Just like when both sides had internal energy, Gong Ning and Su Chu would be evenly matched after several hundred moves. But now that the military formation restricts internal energy, if Gong Ning were to face Su Chu might be able to defeat him in just over 100 moves. "Hey, you were prepared all along." Su Yu calmly stared at the whistle arrow that had already turned into sparks. "Strategist, is it really alright for us to just charge straight in like this?" Wen Chou, leading the charge, recalled the question he had asked in his final moment of hesitation. "It's alright, just charge forward, and our strategy will be achieved. Nothing else matters." At that moment, Su Yu was incredibly calm, as if he didn't care about anything. His goal was to achieve the strategy, and how many people would die because of his plan was irrelevant. "All right." Wen Chou glanced back in Su Yu's direction, then, without any further doubt, roared and charged forward. This was the first time Cheng Xi had ever seen cavalry launch a desperate charge without any probing or testing. They seemed completely prepared the moment they appeared, roaring frenzied battle cries. Ignoring all the crossbow bolts and arrows, they charged straight into Cheng Xi's central army. There were no long-range arrows, no probing attacks from the front or back, and no skillful maneuvering to exploit weaknesses. There was only that earth-shattering collision. Wen Chao's cavalry, using Wen Chou as their spearhead, charged straight into Cheng Xi's central army. At this moment, men and horses were thrown into chaos, blood and flesh were flying everywhere. Yuan Shao's army and Liu Bei's army launched a general offensive at the very beginning of the battle under the new city of Linyi without any probing. At this moment, all combat experience was rendered useless, and there was only a clash of iron will and will. Shields shattered, horse necks snapped, spears broke. Riders were sent flying. From the moment the battle began, Wen Chou had kept his promise, to fight to the death, to never retreat. The soldiers, united by gratitude and righteousness, now fulfilled their vow to the heavens in a frenzied and bloody battle. How could this be? Gong Ning roared, abandoning his original opponent and spurring his horse directly towards the cavalry that was about to cut his army in half. His soldiers also shouted and charged towards Wen Chou to block him. As usual, the veteran soldier from Mount Tai knocked his bow and fired arrows the moment Wen Chou charged. After 3 volleys of arrows, the large shield was erected at the forefront, but what followed was not a rain of arrows from mounted archers, but the thunderous sound of horses' hoofs. Thump! A dull thud echoed. The swordsmen and shieldmen in the front row were sent flying backward, along with the archers behind them, who were also knocked down. Then, countless cavalrymen trampled over them. Everything in their path was turned into mincemeat under their hoofs. The crossbows and bows, the most effective weapons against cavalry, were rendered useless at this moment. Kill! It was unclear which soldier roared this, but the Taishan soldiers, who had been intimidated by the overwhelming silence of the enemy, launched a desperate attack on Wen Chao's cavalry. At this moment, both sides abandoned all defenses and launched an attack on each other with their own lives, and the blood of men and horses almost soaked the entire battlefield. Gong Ning led his personal guards and charged madly toward Wen Chou. That short period of time felt like an eternity to Gong Ning. He only remembered wildly swinging his broadsword and iron chains, slaying all the enemies in front of him, charging forward. He didn't know if he had managed to block the enemy. They suddenly charged out from among countless enemy troops. The original dark shadows and bloody battles were replaced by the radiance of the moon, which was serene and peaceful. Whoa! Gong Ning turned his horse around. Of the guards and soldiers who had been following him, only a dozen or so remained. The rest of them were lying in the river of blood that had been trampled by thousands of cavalry. The moment Gong Ning turned his horse, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. His armor was in pieces, and he had more than a dozen deep wounds that exposed bone. If he had not already achieved the state of internal energy leaving his body, he would have definitely died. When Chou turned his horse around, his armor was also in pieces, and he had several deep wounds that exposed the bone. However, he had come prepared after all, and Cheng Xi did not have many cavalry under his command. Although he was seriously injured, it would not kill him. However, this charge made him realize one thing: he could die in war. From the moment Wen Chou charged forward to the moment he broke through Cheng Xi's army, it only took the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In that short time, in terms of personnel losses, both sides were almost evenly matched. However, in terms of morale, this was probably the first time Cheng Xi had the thought that he could not defeat them by force. Kill! When Chou looked at Gong Ning and his few dozen men on the other side of the Blood River, A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had no fear of Liu Bei's army, which he had now cut in two. Killing all the soldiers present was not as exciting as killing Gong Ning to avenge his defeat. Not good. Cheng Xi's vision went black. Although he was completely dazed, his mind became clearer. Wen Chao's roar made him realize that he could no longer hesitate. Beat the drums. All troops, attack. Fight to the death to intercept Wen Chao. Chen Xi raised his banner, stood beneath the commander's flag, drew his sword, and used his seal to mobilize the army. At this moment, Chen Xi no longer cared whether the other party would rush up and kill him. Chen Xi knew one thing: if he didn't step forward now, the morale of his soldiers would collapse, and there would be no way to survive this battle. Charge! Chen Xi used whatever he had this time, directly resonating with his own spiritual will. This time, Chen Xi resonated with the desire to survive and the peace of Mount Tai. For the first time, Cheng Xi's legion talent showed its attributes. At this moment, the generals of Lini New City also realized that they could not let Cheng Xi get into trouble, even if it meant losing Lini. They immediately abandoned the defense of Lini and sent all their troops rushing out of the city. We absolutely have to block it, Chen Xi roared as he charged forward. Under Cheng Xi's leadership, the Taishan army clashed with Wen Chao's cavalry once again. Wen Chao's cavalry remained as ruthless as before. Even with their legionary talent and their fighting spirit, they were still broken through by Wen Chao's army's relentless attacks, which disregarded casualties. Countless cavalrymen fell from their horses, and countless fierce soldiers perished. Wen Chao's cavalry gradually slowed down. Chapter 704: Defeat of Cheng Xi by the side of the Ji River. Fight to the death. After being pierced by spears, Cheng Xi's soldiers grabbed the spears tightly and slashed at the enemy's horse legs with their swords. Some soldiers even risked being trampled into a bloody pulp, rolling directly under the horses' bellies to cut off their legs and stop the cavalry's charge. Gradually, the cavalry slowed down, but the number of soldiers under Cheng Xi's command also decreased. Some cavalry even charged right up to Cheng Xi, but they fell off their horses every time they got within 10 paces of him. Get out of my way! Su Chu cleaved several of Yuan Shao's generals and officers in two with a single stroke, desperately clearing a path through the army of the Lu brothers, who were fighting desperately to block his way. Su Chu was accidentally shot in the shoulder by an arrow. Without even looking at the arrow, Su Chu slashed open the general opposite him, then beheaded the general to his side. With his remaining strength, he picked up the spear that he had cut off earlier and threw it forward, piercing through the 3 people in front of him. With such a bloodthirsty nature, Su Chu was soon unstoppable wherever he went. However, the soldiers under the command of the Lu brothers had successfully joined forces with Wen Chao's army and were now fighting hard to annihilate Cheng Xi's few remaining soldiers. At this point, Chen Xi had stabilized the defensive line, and Wen Chao no longer launched a desperate charge. It seemed that he wanted to rely on the army to annihilate Cheng Xi, who was surrounded in the center. After all, the character Cheng on that big banner was too eye-catching. Even Su Yu had not expected that Cheng Xi would personally lead the troops. Strategist, let's go! Su Chu roared in Cheng Xi's direction after breaking through the encirclement. He had already lost a lot of men in order to carve out this passage. No need. Chen Xi stared coldly in the direction behind Wen Chao. Reinforcements have arrived. After receiving the report from the scouts that a signal arrow had been fired, Zhuge Liang and Fa Zhong immediately led all the reserve soldiers out in full force, as ordered by Cheng Xi. However, given the distance, it still took them some time to arrive. What a pity! Su Yu frowned as he looked at the army that was coming from behind. Although he had achieved the desired effect, he was still somewhat unwilling to let Chengxi live like this. It seems they were prepared, but I didn't expect them to use cavalry to replace infantry. Su Yu glanced back at Liu Bei's army behind Chengxi, which had previously scattered to improve marching speed, but had now returned to their original formation. Moreover, the changes in their formation, both solid and feinted, were clearly designed to counter cavalry. Wen Chou, try to shoot him. Su Yu ordered Wen Chou, a ruthless glint in his eyes. No, I've tried it before. His mental strength must be enormous. All the arrows will naturally slide in another direction when they reach him within 10 meters. Also, some soldiers rushed in front of him before and fell down for no reason. Wen Chou shook his head and said, "There's no way to kill him." Where's the banner? In this situation, we can only consider it a minor victory at best. Su Yu turned his head and asked. It was already a great pity that he couldn't kill Chengxi. If he could only lightly defeat the opponent with such an opportunity, Su Yu would not be satisfied. No, all the arrows aimed at the commander's flag have been deflected. There must be another expert by his side, Wen Chou said solemnly. If we continue fighting, we won't win. The other side was well prepared. In this battle, I can only say that I have won by a small margin. Although this was not my original strategic goal, it is really hard to accept that we have to retreat like this, Su Yu said with a sigh. Then let's keep killing. Our army might still be able to wipe them out, Wen Chou said, his eyes bloodshot, completely ignoring his huge wounds. The hope is too slim. Su Yu shook his head, looked up at the moon that had already set in the west, then turned to look at the huge wound on Wen Chao's body that was still bleeding, and sighed. Now that the strategy has been achieved, there is no need to waste so many troops. Let's widen the distance between us. I'm going to see Cheng Zichuan and see how he talks now. It will make him easier to deal with in the future. Su Yu gave the order, and although Wen Chou was unwilling, he obeyed. Immediately, Wen Chou and Lu Kuang's supervisors sounded the gong, and they quickly distanced themselves from Liu Bei's army. Similarly, Chen Xi did not order the remaining troops to continue fighting and hold the enemy. Instead, he ordered his soldiers to retreat and form a battle formation. Soon, Zhuge Liang and Rong Yan's troops joined forces with Cheng Xi's remaining troops, protecting the soldiers in the middle. Both sides pointed their spears at each other, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Zishuang, are you all right? Zhuge Liang and Fa Zheng could tell from the situation on the battlefield that they hadn't fared well earlier. It's all right. Cheng Xi's eyes showed no sign of coldness as she glanced at the two of them before silently turning to stare at Su Yu opposite her. Does Lord Cheng under the banner dare to come out and meet us? Su Yu looked at Liu Bei's army, which had already gathered together and vaguely formed a semicircle, and his heart sank, but his expression remained calm. Su Ziyuan, the official of Jizhou? Chen Xi spurred his horse forward, stepping directly out of the army formation. For the first time, bloodstains appeared on his clothes, the white robe stained with blood under the moonlight looking eerily bloody. Strategist. Su Zhu looked extremely nervous, but when he saw Cheng Xi wave slightly at him, his heart tightened, but he did not ride along as before. I am overjoyed that an unknown person like myself has received such attention from Marquis Cheng. Su Yu bowed towards Cheng Xi, his tone calm and his manner elegant, but Cheng Xi clearly felt a sense of mockery in his every move. Are you Su Ziyuan? Chen Xi frowned, but showed no dissatisfaction with the mockery in Su Yu's demeanor and expression. The victor has the right to mock the loser, and at least that was the case at this moment. If it weren't for me, Su Yu, who else would Marquis Cheng think it was? Su Yu, dressed in an elegant silk robe, fluttered gracefully in the night breeze, exuding an air of ethereal grace. "It looks like it now." The wind and sand swept by, and Chengxi nodded slightly, making it impossible for Su Yu to see his expression. Although Chengxi was surprised that Su Yu was completely different from the image in the intelligence report, his ethereal and otherworldly demeanor, as well as his commanding presence, were completely different from the image of greedy and unruly Su Yu described in the intelligence report. Ha. People often say that Cheng Zichuan is prepared for a rainy day, but did he ever imagine that the Jishui ferry crossing would be cut off by me, shipping would be seized by me, and the Ficheng granary would be turned into a torch? Su Yu laughed wildly, making no attempt to conceal his actions. "Oh, but what do you want to say?" "Defeated Cheng Zichuan in Lini," Chen Xi said calmly. "Do you still want to fight another battle here, sacrificing the lives of your soldiers for your own pride? You should know that even now, your forces are still inferior to mine, not to mention that your cavalry is even fewer than mine." Su Yu stared at Chen Xi and laughed wildly, his voice so loud that almost all the soldiers in front could hear him. Chapter 705: A Dark and Windy Night for Murder. "What surprised me was the ruthlessness you displayed. Your decisiveness in switching cavalry for infantry truly shocked me. But I won't lose if I can come." Cheng Xi's eyes were icy as he quickly focused his energy. The originally bright moonlight was slowly obscured by clouds. The night was deep, and Yuan Xiao's army could barely see 5 steps ahead. "Kill Su Yu!" Chen Xi roared in the darkness. Having suffered such a great loss for the first time, if it weren't for the desperate efforts of his soldiers, Su Yu's move to switch cavalry for infantry would have been enough to destroy this army in a short time. If it weren't for the second battle in which his generals and soldiers fought with their lives, Chen Xi would have completely blocked out all the moonlight the moment the army formation was torn apart. However, even if Chen Xi blocked the moonlight, he could not stop the charge of Wen Chao's cavalry. So-called strategy still has to be compared with combat power in the end. A plan that can stop 100,000 soldiers may still run into 1,000,000 iron plates. Chen Xi knew very well that his plan was correct, but the moment Wen Chao's iron cavalry charged into the formation, Chen Xi knew that no matter how much planning he did, he could not avoid the final fatal blow. If he could not achieve that, all his plans would be nothing but a joke. In fact, Chen Xi knew the battle was over the moment Zhuge Liang's army arrived. However, it was clear that Su Yu had the upper hand, and Wen Chao's army had broken through the central army for the first time. The encircling force, originally led by Zhuge Liang, came directly from behind Chen Xi and could not stop Su Yu's retreat at all. What frustrated Chen Xi even more was that Su Yu, disregarding the favorable situation, immediately sounded the retreat the moment Zhuge Liang arrived, regrouped his troops, and joined forces with Lu Kuang's army, waiting for Chen Qi and Zhuge Liang's troops to unite. This made Chen Xi understand even more clearly what Gu Jiang meant by Su Yu's decisiveness. It was obvious that Chen Xi's reinforcements had arrived. The Taishan army was even more valiant than Yuan Xiao's army, which also had a numerical advantage. Continuing the fight would only result in a close battle, so it was better to retreat and withdraw. A small victory would suffice. If Su Yu had decisively withdrawn his troops earlier, Chen Xi would have been in no position to succeed today, no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve. After all, if Su Yu had withdrawn his troops back then, even if there had been chaos in the army, Chen Xi would not have surrounded and besieged them. At most, the losses would have been 30%, and the subsequent devastation would not have occurred. Unfortunately, Su Yu harbored the intention of striking at Chen Xi. As a result, although the armies under Wen Chou and Lu Kuang were 100 paces or so behind Chen Xi's army, they did not retreat immediately. This was Chen Xi's opportunity. The moment the dark clouds obscured the moonlight, the originally bright moonlight was completely swallowed by darkness, and the night became even more tranquil. However, the next moment, a frenzied battle erupted. Archers, draw your bows. Cavalry, charge. Hold off Yuan Shao's army. Swordsmen and shieldmen, get to the front. Chen Xi roared, ordering his soldiers. Compared to Yuan Shao's army, which was practically invisible in the dark, Chen Xi had long ago studied how to prevent night blindness among the populace. Well, Chen Xi could only do his best to prevent night blindness among the common people, but preventing it among the soldiers was essential. Fish soup, liver. Chen Xi tried every possible method to prevent it, and now, basically, there are no more soldiers in Liu Bei's army who go blind at night. Su Yu was taken aback, but before he could even mock Chen Xi, he saw that Liu Bei's soldiers had already accurately carried out Chen Xi's orders, without the chaotic situation he had imagined. Not good! Su Yu exclaimed in surprise. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned his horse around and roared at Wen Chou, "Order your troops to retreat." As night fell, the valiant soldiers under Wen Chao's and Lu Kuang's armies suddenly found their vision shrinking. By the time darkness truly descended, they could no longer even see their comrades beside them. "Retreat!" Wen Chou roared. In this situation, let alone the advantage in troop strength, even if the enemy only had 1,000 men against your 100,000 blind men, you wouldn't lose. Wen Chao's mournful roar instantly threw Yuan Shao's army, which had already been thrown into chaos by the loss of sight, into disarray. Then, crossbow bolts rained down, and Yuan Shao's army almost collapsed in an instant. The once dense formation turned into a death knell in that moment, and all the soldiers pushed, ran, and trampled each other in a panic. "Open up for me!" At this moment, Su Yu lost all his previous composure and frantically mobilized his mental energy. He tore a huge hole in the dark clouds in the sky, and the bright moonlight shone down once again. Yuan Shao's army, which had been in complete chaos like headless flies, suddenly stopped moving. "Quickly lead the army to retreat to Qiping and guard the ferry crossing," Su Yu roared. The moment he tore open the gate, he felt an almost irresistible force pressing down on him. Trying to leave? Chen Xi clasped his hands together, and the dark clouds that Su Yu had torn apart merged back together, plunging the night back into darkness. Su Yu clearly saw the last ray of moonlight fall on Chen Xi before disappearing. At that moment, Chen Xi's smile was incredibly cold and equally mocking. "Strategist, retreat immediately!" Wen Chou roared, leading Su Yu back. By this time, the army was in chaos. Although the brief moment of light had given Yuan Shao's army a clue as to where to go, the subsequent darkness brought chaos once again. "All troops, advance! Capture Su Yu alive!" Chen Xi roared. Chen Xi's soldiers, who had been suppressed by Yuan Shao's army, now found themselves in a reverse situation. How could they not take advantage of their predicament? Shouting "Capture Su Yu alive!" all the soldiers abandoned their formation and chased after Yuan Shao's army. In the chaotic battlefield, victory was already assured at this moment. Wen Chou ordered the soldiers to follow moonlight. "All troops, listen to my command. Follow the moonlight!" Wen Chou roared. But the moonlight was blocked the next moment, and then a cloud in the distance dissipated, and another ray of moonlight shone down. Chen Xi's spiritual energy was indeed abundant, but Su Yu did not directly compete with Chen Xi in terms of spiritual energy. He dispersed a dark cloud, and if Chen Xi were to feel it, he would decisively find a place where Chen Xi's spiritual energy was sparse and open a hole. He knew that what his soldiers needed was guidance, and that ray of light would be enough. Blood was seeping from the corner of Su Yu's mouth. Even though his mental energy receded very quickly each time, being grazed by Chen Xi's mental energy every time still affected his mental state. Chapter 706 Failure Leads to Success. Damn it! it seems I can't destroy them today. Chen Xi's face darkened as he repaired another patch of the dark cloud, but Su Yu once again created a hole in the cloud in front of him. Even if Chen Xi could completely block such an action, even though his mental strength was thousands of times that of Su Yu, his own limits restricted his output. Coming, it seems your plan won't work. I've already acted as bait. Whether we can eliminate this guy depends on today. Chen Xi roared at Zhuge Liang beside him. I didn't ask you to be bait. I even suggested you come with me. And how did you get pierced through? Zhuge Liang roared at Chen Qi, his face darkening. Zhuge Liang never expected that the other side would break his plan in such a simple way. Although he only mentioned it briefly, he said that all army could see even without such moonlight at night. Yuan Shao's army would be blind without this moonlight. This is how the timing of events is used. However, even if all 20,000 plus men were captured, their goal would not be achieved. Moreover, following the moonlight, not to mention the other soldiers, Wen Chao's elite cavalry would definitely escape. At this point, they could not even annihilate them. At most, they could only rout them. Fool, why don't you open a few holes too? It's better to dredge than to block. He said to follow the light, so open a few holes to completely throw their army into chaos. We can't wipe them all out, so we'll wipe out the ones we can wipe out first. Fa Zhong said hurriedly, and as he spoke, 2 more small holes appeared in the clouds in the sky. I'll take charge. You two order your troops to quickly capture Yuan Shao's soldiers, Chen Xi said hurriedly. And coming, you quickly order the doctors in the rear army to treat the wounded soldiers. The rest of you, come with me to hunt down Yuan Shao's army. The moonlight filtering through the gaps in the clouds threw Yuan Shao's army into chaos. However, by this time, the army was almost completely wiped out, and the entire army had long since collapsed. Staring at those beams of light, Yuan Shao's army immediately scattered into several disorganized groups. Unfortunately, the cavalrymen were all running wild, galloping in one direction without being misled by the starlight that Chen Xi had brought down through the hole in the clouds. Even so, it made Su Yu tremble with anger. Withdraw. Don't worry about them. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave either. Su Yu gritted his teeth and ordered Wen Chou. By now, Su Yu was completely helpless. Behind him, Liu Bei's soldiers were engaging dozens of Yuan Shao's soldiers in fierce combat, with some even pulling cavalry off their horses from the flanks and then leaping back to chase after Yuan Shao's cavalry. If this continued, the entire Yuan Shao army would surely be trapped here without a single survivor. Wen Chou gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. His eyes could see the current situation. His soldiers were charging wildly like headless flies. Some, blinded by the darkness and surrounded by the frenzied sounds of battle, had completely lost their minds and drew their swords, indiscriminately slaughtering those around them, whether comrades or enemy soldiers. This is what is meant by the collapse of a large army. Su Yu had calculated everything but never thought that Liu Bei's soldiers could actually fight at night. For his soldiers, the night was pitch black. This slight difference made Su Yu's defeat so easy. He could have escaped unscathed, but this time he could only suffer a crushing defeat. After a night of fierce fighting, Liu Bei's army achieved a great victory, capturing nearly 10,000 soldiers of Yuan Shao's army. Several thousand fine horses were also captured. Only a portion of Yuan Shao's army, led by Wen Chou, retreated to Chiping to defend against Chen Xi's counterattack. Phew! Chen Xi looked at Wen Chou on the city wall of Chiping. He almost hated the cavalry now. Most of the soldiers killed in Yuan Shao's army last night were killed because it was pitch black. The pushing and shoving caused them to be crushed and trampled by the army, leading to their deaths. Even more terrifying was Yuan Xiao's cavalry. Not only the infantry were blind, but the cavalry were also unable to see anything. Those who fled overnight were mostly cavalry, and many soldiers died under the hoofs of their horses. How many soldiers have our army lost? Chen Xi stood on his horse below the city of Chiping and turned to ask the quartermaster, who was counting the casualties. More than 3,600 people died, most of them at the foot of the new city of Lini. There are about 1,300 wounded, but most of them are minor injuries. The quartermaster quickly reported the casualty data to Chen Xi. The perilous events leading up to last night's counterattack still haunted Chen Xi. Of the more than 3,600 casualties, the majority perished in the first wave under the iron hoofs of the cavalry. As for the subsequent counterattack, there were virtually no casualties. Even those wounded were mostly due to accidents. Those who die on the battlefield will receive full compensation. The surviving soldiers who fought bravely against Yuan Xiao's army in the first wave will be promoted one rank, and the compensation for those who died in battle will be doubled, Chen Xi said after a moment of silence. Soldiers who followed Xinba in direct confrontation with Yuan Xiao's cavalry will be promoted 2 ranks if they survive, and their families will receive double the compensation. One of their children will be allowed to be appointed to a civilian position of the same rank. Chen Xi continued, seeing that the quartermaster had finished writing. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. After the quartermaster left, Chen Xi looked at Fa Yun, who had ridden up to him, and sighed. Yesterday was really too dangerous. Fa Yun glanced at Chen Xi and then turned to look at the figure on the city wall. Xinba suffered dozens of wounds, several of which have damaged his internal organs. And yesterday you almost died under the hoofs of a horse. I can't, Chen Xi said quietly. Such formidable confidence. Even in such a dangerous situation yesterday, you showed no sign of panic when I saw you. Fa Yun said without turning his head, looking at the city gate of Chiping. Chen Xi murmured, but in the end he didn't speak. Was he really confident? No, he wasn't confident that he wouldn't fail, but that if he stood in the ring of arrows and didn't make any move, all the arrows would naturally slide away when they got within 10 steps of him. At that moment, Chen Xi knew that what protected him was not only immortals or reclusive powerhouses, but also the hearts of tens of millions of people. At least I know whether what I'm doing is right or wrong, and that's enough, Chen Xi said calmly. Slap! A left hand wrapped in bandages landed on Faozen's shoulder. Xiuxi, I just heard you talking bad about me. Xinba, are you alright? Chen Xi asked, glancing back at Gan Ning. I won't die. Although the injuries are quite severe, I can fully recover in about 10 days after my internal energy leaves my body. It's a pity about my old brothers who followed me in my battles, but ended up lying in this battle. Gan Ning was clearly somewhat disappointed, but he didn't seem to be overly sad. Perhaps for him, dying on the battlefield and being wrapped in a horse's hide was the fate of a soldier. Chapter 707 Elite Will and Legion Talent. It was my carelessness, Chen Xi said after a long silence. It's nothing. At least we avenged them, and last night was a resounding victory for our army, Gan Ning said, shaking his head to reassure them. Yes, at least we won, Chen Xi murmured. Then his expression hardened again as he looked up at the defenders on Chiping. Su Yu and Wen Qiu had already appeared on the city wall. Chen Zichuan. Su Yu was clearly gritting his teeth, and with his pale face, Chen Xi couldn't help but want to mock him. Xiuxi, do you think we should attack the city? Chen Xi asked, frowning as he stared at Wen Qiu and Su Yu on Chiping. Didn't Kongming lead his troops to attack the Jishui Ferry? As for Chiping, Fa Yun hesitated. Although their morale was high, it wouldn't be easy to take Chipping, which was defending the city. If they didn't attack, they would have completely crippled Yuan Shao's army last night. He was also reluctant to let it go. Then let's make a show of attacking the city and surround Chipping, Chen Xi said after thinking for a moment. Chipping City was only at the level of Leilin City back then, but with Wen Chou and Su Yu stationed there, it wouldn't be easy to capture. Sigh, what a pity. Last night should have been the best opportunity to annihilate the enemy, but unfortunately, it was our first time doing this, and we had no experience, Fa Zong sighed. But speaking of which, why can our army see at night? If I remember correctly, ordinary people shouldn't be able to see more than 5 steps ahead at night, and that's one of the differences between ordinary people and noble families. Fa Zong then became interested in night blindness again, since night blindness is a disease that almost all poor people cannot avoid, and it has almost become a dividing line between the rich and the poor. Su Yu is incredibly quick to react. We were indeed inexperienced. If Kongming hadn't asked, I would have forgotten that my soldiers can see at night, Chen Xi sighed. Although some things were orders he gave, sometimes we get so used to them that we overlook them. As for that poor man's disease you mentioned, I can only say that Zijing and I have done a good job. There are no poor people anymore, so there is no more of this disease. Chen Xi was clearly a little proud. That makes sense. Fa Zong looked up at the sky. Then a smug look appeared on his face. At least one day in the future I can say to future generations, the Han dynasty has been restored. I am honored to be a part of it. I suddenly think you're really shameless, Chen Xi said with a smirk. But today we are not doing anything else. Dig trenches, surround Chipping, and have Huan Yuan get the latest catapults ready so we can bombard it. No problem. Leave 3,000 soldiers as reserves, and send the rest to cut wood and dig earth, Fa Zong ordered Gang Ning. After last night's battle, Su Chu had already been sent by Cheng Xi to fight Zhuge Liang for the Ji River crossing. Su Yu's foresight was indeed excellent. He directly cut off one of Cheng Xi's supply lines and 2 backup supply lines, leaving only the final supply line to be established. However, Chen Xi would only activate the final supply line as a last resort. Our army is at a significant disadvantage in terms of cavalry. Chen Xi sighed as he looked at Wen Chou and Su Yu, who were setting up defenses on Chipping. Our soldiers are clearly much stronger than Yuan Shao's army, but we've managed to tie the score with our cavalry. Yuan Shao's cavalry are extremely brave, Gang Ning said, pointing to the bandages on his body. They must possess the will of some elite troops. It's the kind of attribute called courage, Fa Zong said after thinking for a moment. They are very powerful when they charge forward, but it's obviously not as powerful as when General Guang activates his legion talent. The 3 elite cavalry units in the north all possess the characteristics of elite troops, which means they come with inherent attributes. The will of the white horse is speed, whether it's firing rate, attack speed, or movement speed. Anything related to speed will appear once the number of white horse cavalry reaches a certain level, Chen Xi said after thinking for a moment. The Shuyong iron cavalry is strong, meaning they have an iron-like defense, so they can fight without armor. I think you've all seen that, Chen Xi sighed and said. As for the Bingzhou wolf cavalry, their will is all-encompassing, with improvements in every aspect. I see, but the price is that none of them are allowed, right? Fa Zong frowned at first, but then realized what was going on. It's not that they're all bad, they're just a bit weak. They can't compete with the white horse in terms of speed and agility, and they can't beat the iron cavalry in a head-on battle. But fighting other types of troops is no different from fighting your own son. Of course, if they encounter the other 2 types, they'll at most be evenly matched. Chen Xi shook his head. Chong Gong had told him about this. The advantage of the Binshu wolf cavalry is that they can adapt to any battlefield and are not easily countered. The three great cavalry forces in the world are indeed very powerful. Gong Ning touched his bandages. He had fought a fierce battle with the Binshu wolf cavalry, one of the three great cavalry forces, and these wounds were enough to prove their fighting strength. Then I'm wondering why Zijian's Shiyang cavalry doesn't seem particularly fierce, Faozan asked, puzzled. In all the battles he had seen, he had never witnessed how fierce their Shiyang cavalry had been. Back then, it was all about ordinary soldiers and officers, Fa Song sighed. No wonder you've been accumulating low and mid-level military and civil officials. Are you preparing for the war against Hebei? That's why I've been ordering the two most skilled soldiers in our army to train the Qingzhou and Danyang troops. We also need to have a sufficiently elite force, otherwise we'll be in big trouble in large-scale battles like this, Chen Xi said solemnly. So, you mean that you only need one unit with a military spirit to serve as the core, and what you need more of are a large number of powerful and elite troops. Fa Lan's expression became much more solemn after hearing this. Yes, that's the situation. Troops with a strong military spirit are more used to boost morale. Their value is like that of fierce generals, boosting morale and stepping up in the most difficult times to break through the situation. In a real large-scale clash involving more than 100 people, it's impossible for everyone to be a fierce general or an elite force, Chen Xi said calmly. Because elite troops and legion talents are different, under normal circumstances, legion talents are basically uncontrollable. If covering 1,000 people has this effect, then covering 3,000 people will also have this effect. However, for elite armies, the more numerous they are, the more significant the enhancement effect will be. The increase in strength of 1,000 Shiyang iron cavalry is completely different from that of a 3,000 Shiyang iron cavalry, Chen Xi said solemnly. Chapter 708 Too Much Worry. P.S. Dear readers, please subscribe here. I don't care about donations, but subscriptions are very important to me. Even if you dislike this site, please give me a break. Please forgive me for putting the author's note before the main text, it's just too important. Yes, now we are only missing a core force with a strong military spirit. The others, such as the Qingzhou soldiers and Danyang soldiers, are almost ready for training. However, we still don't know which aspect they will benefit from when they are combined. The 10,000 Qingzhou soldiers are the culmination of Wen Zai's hard work, Chen Xi said with emotion. When I first entered Mount Tai, I set out the puzzle of conquering the world, and now, under the arrangement of the morning light, it is gradually being realized. Jizhou is, after all, a large and powerful state, Fa Xiong said after a long period of contemplation. You're joking when you say it's the best place in the world. It's the largest grain-producing area in the world, plus one of the 4 major horse-producing areas. Apart from the fact that there are many powerful families and the people are not united, it can be said to have no flaws. The preparations I made in the first 2 years were just to catch up with them, and the preparations in the previous 2 years were to surpass them in terms of accumulation. Chen Xi said with a sneer. So Hongfu must have been out of his mind to hand over Ji province to Yuan Shao. The current situation is that we have surpassed Yuan Shao in all areas where we can accumulate strength, right? Zhuge Liang arrived at this time and asked after hearing Chen Xi's words. Yes, we have surpassed Yuan Shao in every area where we can accumulate resources, but, Chen Xi sighed helplessly, that's just how our geographical advantages are, and I don't have any good solutions. The northern wars will inevitably involve large-scale cavalry battles, Zhuge Liang sighed. Fortunately, it wasn't the Shuyang cavalry, otherwise, in a large-scale battle, the defeat would have been even more devastating. That's it. How's the Jishui ferry crossing? Chen Xi nodded. He had never denied Yuan Shao's advantages, but his efforts over such a long period of time were no joke. At least, apart from the cavalry, which he couldn't handle, he had even things out of the ordinary and surpassed those he could. It's already taken. As expected, you didn't attack Chipping. Zhuge Liang nodded and said, I've already sent someone down the river to Qingzhou to report that the new grain route has been activated. Su Ziyuan is indeed quite capable. Yes. At least they knew to burn the grain supplies in Feicheng and then attack Chipping and the Jishui Ferry. But that's nothing. I've prepared 3 types of supply routes. Chen Xi said with a yawn. He only cut off 2 of them. Let him be. Whoever cuts off my supply routes in this lifetime is doomed. Zhuge Liang was clearly taken aback. You mean you've prepared other supply routes? How could we not prepare for such a huge opening? Anyone who dares to scheme against me will be in big trouble. Of course, yesterday was an accident. The fighting power of cavalry should not be underestimated. Chen Xi said with an arrogant expression. The title preparedness is not just for show. You should also be careful not to get tricked by others. That would be bad, Zhuge Liang said irritably. Chipping, are you sure you're not going to fight? Chipping is a tough place to fight, and you haven't forgotten what our responsibilities are, have you? Chen Xi said nonchalantly. Yes. I agree with you. We shouldn't attack Chipping. Zhuge Liang nodded and said. However, I think we should think about what Su Yu really wants. Don't you think last night's battle was a bit off? What's wrong with that? Chen Xi smirked. It's just a scheme to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Although I'm part of Su Yu's target, it's just a side effect. The real purpose is to weaken the Yuan family in Yu province and drag Yuan Shu into the battlefield between our army and Yuan Xiao's army. Oh, I see. Zhuge Liang nodded. No wonder he felt something was off. You could even say that yesterday's battle was entirely a distraction. Yes, it would be best if they could kill our troops. If not, then we can settle for second best by letting the powerful families under our command know that they are coming. Then we can use the family's counterattack to lure the Yuan family of Yuzhou into cooperating with us, Chen Xi said thoughtfully. In essence, this plan is not about weakening the Yuan family. Whether it succeeds or fails, it will benefit Yuan Shao. If it succeeds, the Yuan family will unite and the 2 Yuans will jointly attack our army. If it fails, Su Yu will see it as weakening our army and Yuan Shu, thus preparing for Yuan Xiao's unification. Fa Xiong shook his head. Compared to Chen Qi, he had a better grasp of people's hearts. So even if Su Yu suffered a crushing defeat last night, it's not that important. Chen Xi realized this after hearing Fa Lin's words. Su Yu had clearly planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but he hadn't expected Chen Xi to break through their army, turning what should have been a perfect ending into such a mess. We're not going to help? Zhuge Liang frowned. Although he knew that Feng Gao, Li Yu, Jiao Su, and others were also there, his habit was to devote himself wholeheartedly to their work, so he couldn't help but want to lend a hand. Those who are not in a position should not concern themselves with its affairs. That is not our business. Our task is to establish the new city of Lini. The matter of Mount Tai will naturally be handled by those few themselves. Coming, do you not have confidence in them? An unnatural expression appeared on Chen Xi's face. I have great confidence in Master Li and Mr. Jiao. Zhuge Liang shook his head. What I mean is, shouldn't we do something else to make this matter easier to handle? No, Coming, you need to learn to delegate. Just because you're in a high position doesn't mean you should do everything below that position. Instead, you should reasonably delegate your tasks to the right people and let them complete them, Chen Xi said with a sigh. After spending so much time with Zhuge Liang, Chen Xi finally understood that Zhuge Liang wasn't too power-hungry, but rather that he didn't trust others, which led him to worry unnecessarily. It can be said that most of the things Zhuge Liang did were not actually his own responsibility. Many things should have been handled by his subordinates, but Zhuge Liang couldn't let go of them. He had to inquire about many small matters and even take care of them himself. This resulted in Zhuge Liang doing almost all the work of all his subordinates by himself. Zhuge Liang remained silent. I was being too cautious. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Leaders must trust the talent they select. More importantly, leaders need to choose a suitable position for the talent they value, allowing them to showcase their abilities, and then manage them, rather than doing it themselves and having them watch, Chen Xi said, shaking his head. Indeed, Cao Ming, you don't need to be so busy. The 6 chief administrators, including Cheng Zhen, who were assigned to you are for you to command, not for them to create problems for you to do. And Fei Xiong chimed in at this moment, knowing full well how hard Zhuge Liang was working. I will be more careful in the future, Zhuge Liang said after thinking for a while. Chapter 709 Ultimate Goal. Remember this website for high-speed updates. Alright. Don't worry about what's going on at Mount Tai. As long as we block Su Yu, we've completed our mission. Just focus on your own tasks and ignore those guys. Mount Tai will be fine. Chen Xi stopped trying to persuade Zhuge Liang. Some things need to be understood by oneself. While Chen Xi and Zhuge Liang were still chatting, Su Yu on the walls of Chiping was much more conflicted. To be fair, he had indeed achieved his goal, but the defeat last night was too devastating. His infantry had lost almost 90% of their strength, and those who managed to escape were just lucky. What pained Su Yu even more was that his wolf cavalry had been reduced by more than half, leaving only a little over 3,000. When Su Yu counted the number of people in the morning, he almost spat out blood. The losses were too great. If Chiping hadn't left behind 1,000 troops for defense, he wouldn't even have any infantry left to defend the city. This is why Su Yu stared at Chen Xi, who was chatting and laughing below the city, with such resentment. He wanted to tear his own mouth apart. If he hadn't mocked Chen Xi a few more times and had just led his troops away, even if there had been losses, they wouldn't have been this severe. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. I have ordered the soldiers to defend the city carefully. I have also sent letters of appeal to Tian Yuanhou of Yanxiu and my lord at the same time, Su Yu said with a sigh. It was truly shameful. Originally, he could have just won the game and left after completing the strategy, but it turned out like this. Last night's defeat was truly bizarre. Wen Chou nodded and looked at Su Yu, who looked exhausted. When the cavalry launched their attack, they were like tigers descending the mountain, but in the end they were defeated. I didn't expect this, Su Yu sighed. Taking responsibility was something he had to do. Then he took a deep breath and tried to cheer himself up. But it's much better to know this now than during a major battle. We must find a way to solve this problem. Why could they see it? Wen Chou sighed. Although he had a bad temper, he understood that the reason for last night's failure wasn't Su Yu's fault. In fact, Su Yu's plan could be considered excellent, but it was ultimately defeated by an accident. Who could have imagined that the other party could see it? I have also ordered someone to send information about what happened here to Jizhou for the Lord to decide. As for the relevant parties, Physician Hua, Su Yu said with a dark face. In the whole world, only Physician Hua could do something like this. After listening to Su Yu's words, Wen Chou also agreed with Su Yu's analysis. After all, Hua Chuo had already done a very famous thing in this life, which was that he had used wormwood to kill typhoid fever, which was enough to kill 7 or 8 out of 10 people in the world. This was enough to show that he liked to treat such widespread diseases and that he had the ability to do so. Why wasn't the prescription released this time? Wen Qiu asked a question that sounded like a fool's. Because this disease doesn't kill people and has no other effects, unlike typhoid fever, which kills 7 or 8 out of 10 people. Su Yu said with a dark face, when we get back, we also need to find doctors and improve the medical system. The reason why there are so few cases of suppuration and death among the wounded soldiers in Taishan is because they have excellent military doctors. I used to think soldiers were worthless. Now I realize that preserving free well-trained veterans is cheaper than recruiting free new soldiers. We don't even need to pay for their funerals, and their combat skills are far superior. When we return to Jizhou, we'll copy the entire Taishan medical system. Su Yu said solemnly. Losing isn't the problem. Identifying and addressing our shortcomings is the priority. This probe by the aristocratic families is enough to allow them to transmit all relevant information about Liu Bei's entire system. This would provide Zhu Gong and the region he has been seeking reform with a template. By transferring the advantages of Mount Tai to Ji Province will become even stronger, Su Yu pondered. Mount Tai's prosperity is now evident to all the feudal lords in the world. However, how Chengxi went from being penniless to where he is now cannot be explained simply by sucking the blood of powerful families. If he really could have achieved this by sucking the blood of powerful families, Su Yu would definitely not hesitate to take drastic measures. It can be said that Su Yu's troop siege of Feicheng was not only to let the aristocratic families know that Ji Province had arrived, to send a signal to the aristocratic families of Qing and Su, and to prepare for the Yuan family of Yu Province to attack Liu Bei, but also, more importantly, to make an overall assessment of Liu Bei's rule before the war and to make a comparison with Ji Province. After all, although Su Yu and Zhu Shou were in charge of intelligence in Ji Province, they had always been completely oblivious to Ji Province's greatest enemy, Mount Tai, and had never really seen him clearly. Therefore, it was essential to make a comparison before the war began, and this comparison would affect Yuan Shao's strategy against Liu Bei. More importantly, Zhu Shou needed a more practical and feasible strategy to increase the strength of Ji Province, Bun Province, and Yu Province. In Su Yu's view, the rise of Mount Tai was the best template. He needed this template, and exchanging the Qing and Su families as a pawn for these things was worthwhile in Su Yu's opinion. However, an explanation is still needed. I caused too much of a commotion this time, and it ended up like this. Now we can only hope for unrest in the Qing and Su families and for the Yuan family of Yu Province to send troops. This is the only chance for Ji Province to accurately assess Mount Tai before the decisive battle begins, and it is also the last chance to complete our own political strategy. Su Yu was extremely serious as he pondered these matters. He was prepared to be sidelined by Yuan Shao for a while, since this huge trouble required a whole vat. Wen Qiu was obviously not suitable, so only he could handle it. Su Yu did not notice that the peak of his intelligence that he had experienced after receiving the jade had begun to decline. Although his intelligence was still above normal, he was no longer able to make multiple plans at once as before. Otherwise, his thinking would be more meticulous now. Strategist, are we just going to let them dig trenches outside the city like this? Wen Qiu looked at Liu Bei's army, who were digging a trench together about 200 paces outside the city. The trench was being dug simultaneously in 3 directions, but the side closest to the Yale River had not been dug. We are also digging inside the city. We must not let the enemy attack from underground. But why don't you try shooting some of their soldiers? Su Yu shook his head. Their mission was complete. All they had to do was hold chipping and wait for reinforcements. He's been watching me the whole time, and his archery is better than mine. Wen Qiu pointed to Gong Ning, who was covered in bandages below the city. Gong Ning was also holding a 10-stone ball. Although he seemed nonchalant, Wen Qiu knew that if he made a move, Gong Ning would definitely make a move as well. At this distance, neither of us had our internal energy suppressed, although both armies were protected by cloud energy, but as Wen Qiu spoke, he drew an arrow from behind and shot it toward Gong Ning. However, Gong Ning did not move, and the arrow stuck in front of Gong Ning's feet. Chapter 7 10 Genius and Hard Material. Humph, a provocation. An eye for an eye. Gong Ning immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow flew like a shadow, and although the internal energy attached to it was worn away, the immense power of the 10-stone bow still caused the arrow to embed itself in the beam of the city gate tower. That's how it is, Wen Qiu said helplessly. If I can do it, so can he. It's not worth it. In situations like this, everyone needs to exercise restraint, otherwise a battle will break out. When Chengxi reappeared, Wen Qiu and Gong Ning were already fighting elsewhere. The two were basically evenly matched, and both were injured, so the fight didn't cause too much of a commotion. After handing over the siege of Qiping to Zhuge Liang and watching the catapults being erected, Chengxi returned to the new city of Lini. When Chengxi arrived in Lini, the city showed no signs of decline due to the war. Almost all the Black Mountain Yellow Turbans who had migrated there were working diligently to build the new city, and the entire construction site was bustling with activity. Gong Yu, how much longer until it's finished? The situation is good now. As long as Zilong comes to Lini, I can hand over military power and return to Mount Tai. Chengxi said, looking at Sun Qian, who was checking the blueprints. The new city will be completed within 3 days. Next is the construction of the outer city, which is the real project. However, the basic infrastructure has been planned. All that's left is construction. But you want to return to Mount Tai? Sun Qian frowned. Even though he wasn't very sensitive to the situation in Mount Tai, he knew that the situation there had been quite chaotic recently, and someone was in charge of it. Yes, I said before that I would definitely return before May. This autumn, our army will fight against Yuan Shao's army. I'm not sure how long this battle will last. Although winning is not a problem, I'm concerned about Yuan Shao's intentions. Chengxi nodded and said. Chengxi had long been prepared to transfer Zhao Yun to this region to defend against Yuan Shao in the north. After all, a battle with the north was inevitable, and a general was needed as a regional commander. On their side, only Guang Yu met the requirements, but Zhao Yang's advantage was that he wasn't arrogant and was good at listening to others. I'm confident too, but since you're in such a hurry to go back, I'm afraid you might have an accident on the way. Sun Qian shook his head. Currently, only Li Yu, Jiao Su, and Man Chong, along with a few other ruthless individuals, were at Mount Tai. All the other elders who could influence their decisions had been sent out, and Lu Su would arrive soon. This matter was meant to be handled by these ruthless individuals. If a mere aristocratic family dares to mess with me, I'll teach them a lesson, and I'll close my doors to all visitors when I get back. Chengxi lowered his head, the ruthlessness in his eyes not showing to Sun Qian. All right then, Xianha, Wei Shuo, and I won't go back. Xianha and Wei Shuo need to go soon. Sun Qian hesitated for a moment but still agreed with Chengxi's idea, then made a digging motion. Speaking of Sun Qian, who came from Songxian School, although he wasn't involved in literary matters now, he still maintained the morality of a scholar. To be honest, if he didn't know what Jian Yong was doing, Sun Qian would never approve of what Jian Yong and Lu Yan were doing. After all, it was like digging up the graves of those who had no descendants. The progress is surprisingly fast. Chengxi frowned and said, this was obviously a bit too hasty. How could they have moved from seal script to excavation so quickly? Well, Many great scholars may not have much money, but they still have ancient tripods or artifacts. With your reminder, they have already unearthed relevant information from them. What they thought were unidentified patterns before, they have now begun to organize. These are jokingly called tripod inscriptions by Xianhe. Sun Qian said with a smile. Recently, Jian Yong and his team's main task has been to find these tripods with inscriptions, but fortunately, each great scholar has one or two ancient tripods used for sacrifices, plus the ancient tripods urgently requisitioned from their disciples. They have already recorded many symbols, and as more and more symbols are organized, some people are already able to figure out what they are by guessing. Oh, not bad. Chen Xi nodded and said, then let's continue. How long will it take to finish? I don't know, but they've come up with some very strange things, such as the origins of the Wuwan and Xianbei people. Judging from the characters they've identified in some ancient bronze vessels, those people are also descendants of the Kuaxia. Sun Qian said with a smirk, seemingly quite dissatisfied with this conclusion. Oh, that's good news. Chen Xi was taken aback, then smiled and said, since they are also descendants of the same people, it becomes natural for us to govern them. That's even better. I wonder which source of the records. Yan Fanggong has a bronze vessel that King Wu collected after conquering King Shou. One of the records states that the Xiongnu are descendants of the Xiao dynasty, which is why King Wu later infected the Shan people in the north. Sun Qian thought for a moment and said, he had also seen that bronze vessel, and it did indeed record something about this. All right, there's nothing more to say. It's just internal strife within China, Chen Xi said nonchalantly. So we should help them out later. We can't let them embarrass China anymore. Anything else? The people who helped with the feng shui and vein surveying recently said they vaguely saw a dragon's aura nearby, Sun Qian said, frowning. But you know, when they say a dragon's aura is nearby, who knows exactly where? Oh, Chen Xi nodded. By now, he had a certain understanding of dragon's aura and even started to believe in these things. After all, some guys in this era were incredibly accurate. For the next few days, Chen Xi stayed in Linyi handling government affairs, waiting for Zhao Yun to return and hand over the reins. After all, when facing Yuan Shao, every member of the northern defense line needed to be a strong figure. Only by doing so could they stabilize Yuan Shao's first strong attack and then completely defeat him. Jiang Wang appeared a few times during this period, seemingly working and studying simultaneously. In just a few meetings, Chen Xi clearly noticed that Jiang Wang had already gained some insights. It's undeniable that a genius is indeed a genius. Chen Xi had also searched for those talents overlooked by history, but ultimately discovered the truth. In chaotic times, those who leave their mark cannot be simply judged with a few words. They possess not only ability but also luck. The talented but unknown individuals Chen Xi hoped to find could at most govern a county or prefecture. Anything higher was a pipe dream. Now, if Chen Xi hears Li Yu and others praising someone's ability, he knows that person must be a well-known figure. After all, truly capable people wouldn't be unable to protect their lives before achieving fame. Therefore, Chen Xi gradually abandoned the idea of searching for talented but unknown individuals and instead began large-scale general education. Since geniuses cannot be erased, then let's freely cultivate the essential materials for building this world. The visions of geniuses also require countless essential materials to build upon. Chapter 711 The Turmoil Begins. When Zhao Yun arrived, he did not bring many troops with him. He only brought his white horse cavalry and handed over all his infantry to Taishu Ci. Zhao Yun did not have a deep concept of his own troops, nor did he need to use troops and private soldiers to maintain his power. Zhao Yun's arrival means that Chen Xi is about to leave, which is not good news for others, such as Gang Ning. In terms of rank, Zhao Yun has no command authority, but since Chen Xi is leaving, the the person who can take over the northern defense system can only be Zhao Yun. There is no room for discussion on this point. Fortunately, Gong Ning was a reasonable person and did not make any comments on this matter. After Zhao Yun arrived and changed Cheng Xi's previous demotion order to an assistance order, Gong Ning, Zhuge Liang, and Fei Zong continued to stay in the north, waiting for the right opportunity. Of course, Zhao Yun did not intend to command Gong Ning. What he wanted to do was to divide the defense zones, from the border defense line between Qinzhou and Jizhou to the comprehensive division of the defense line between Yanzhou and Jizhou. If nothing unexpected happened, the defense zones would not change for several years. Even if they invaded Jizhou, they would only push forward into the depth of the defense zones and would not change them. Zilong, Xinba, the eastern defense zone of Yanzhou is now in your hands. Zijing will likely lead his troops here soon, and he will serve as a military advisor. Xinba, you should choose the navy first. I estimate the time is approaching. Chen Xi sighed and said, a report came from Qinzhou that the Lu family's newest ships have been launched. You can take them over when needed. Victory is not an option in the south. Rest assured, strategist, Zilong will definitely defend the Yanzhou region well, Zhao Yun said calmly, showing that he had studied extensively in various aspects. Me too. After stabilizing the eastern part of Yanzhou, I will lead Kaoming and the others to Jing. I will be victorious, Gong Ning said arrogantly. No matter how much time had passed, Gong Xingbao's confidence had never been shaken. Whether it succeeds or not depends on you two. Chen Xi turned to look at Zhuge Liang and Fei Jing and said, the war in the north cannot be ended in a short time, and I do not want to fight on two fronts. Shuangdagong would not want to either, so you two must not be careless in any way. Zhou Gaojin is very powerful, so do not let him seize any opportunity. Don't worry, I will definitely carry out the plan I devise. I will divide up Yu province in this battle. Fei Then's expression was frivolous, but his eyes revealed full confidence, just like him. He seemed very unreliable, but no one could deny his intelligence. Zhuge Liang nodded. I will keep an eye on Yizhou. Although the civil and military officials of Yizhou have performed quite well since they left Yizhou, Pen Shuang is good at taking risks and may very well defeat them under the most unbelievable circumstances. So if Yizhou falls, it's up to you. Chen Xi smiled and said, actually, I don't have much to say to you. Just don't overwork yourself. You won't suffer any losses against anyone. But overworking yourself might lead to more serious consequences than any losses. To be honest, Chen Xi trusted Zhuge Liang the most, but he also worried about him the most. Compared to Gong Ning's sometimes completely foolish words and actions, and Fei Then's occasional impulsive and reckless behavior, Zhuge Liang was mature, prudent, and resourceful. Unfortunately, Zhuge Liang was too diligent, so diligent that Chen Xi couldn't stand it anymore. This was a behavior that showed he didn't consider himself human. I will be careful. Zhuge Liang paused for a moment when he spoke, but still agreed to Chen Xi's request. All right. I have nothing more to say. Just do your best on the battlefield. Although there are many extraordinary people in this world, not many can cause you any trouble. Just be careful. Chen Xi glanced at the four people in front of him, his expression extremely relaxed. These people can all be described as geniuses. If they perform well, they will be hard to beat. When Chen Xi boarded the carriage, he saw Zhuge Liang's hesitant expression and smiled. I will take Miss Huang and Mr. Wang to Mount Tai along the way. At this time, the Huang family does need someone to be in charge. After speaking, Chen Xi returned to Mount Tai under the protection of Su Chu and his tiger guards. Originally, Chen Xi wanted to leave Su Chu in Yanzhou, but Su Chu was Lu Bei's bodyguard after all. So he could only take Su Chu back to Mount Tai. Chen Xi also needed someone to protect him in the open, or rather, to deter him. While Chen Xi was escorting over Hillback Tiger Guards to Fenggao with Su Chu, reinforcements from Mount Tai also departed from Fenggao. Led by Song Guang, Zhao Deng, Wu Long, and others, with Lu Su as the strategist, the 30,000 strong reinforcement army left Fenggao. At the same time, merchant ships carrying large quantities of cargo docked in Donglai, Qinzhou. The guards disembarked first, and judging from their orderly steps, they were mostly brave and valiant men. Sun Yan stood on the dock leading his soldiers to inventory the goods. He frowned slightly at the increasing number of guards, but then, remembering Jiaosu's secret letter, he let it go. Sun Yan now has a favorable impression of Liu Bei's policies. He no longer thinks he has nowhere to settle down and is just looking for a suitable warlord to live with. He has seen that Liu Bei's ambitions contain feelings similar to his own, and that is why he has completely sided with Liu Bei, instead of just going through the motions like before. Sun Yan suddenly felt a headache coming on as he looked at the growing number of guards. Although he understood that these guards were, to some extent, bait to eliminate internal threats, the problem was that the bait seemed to be too big now. Sun Yan closed the ledger and calmly walked past a tall man next to him, looking like he was handling matters impartially. In fact, in the short time it took to record the accounts, he had basically figured out the identities of these guards and their leaders. Sun Yan weighed the enemy's fighting strength and finally determined that with the retired veterans assigned to him by his superiors and his power to urgently conscript veterans, it seemed that he, as a prefect, was no match for them. However, with this estimate, Sun Yan felt at ease. As long as Fenggao was prepared, those aristocratic families who were preparing to jump out of the water could only be considered clowns. Sun Yan yawned as if he hadn't seen anything and left. Chapter 712 Undercurrents. Brother Han, are we just going to let him live like this? Gao Sangdu asked Han Sun, looking in the direction Sun Yan had left. Do you still want to chase after him and kill him? Don't be silly. Our mission is not to deal with Sun Yan. Unload the cargo and head towards Mount Tai and Fenggao. Han Sun withdrew his gaze and said calmly, besides, Sun Yan may not be our enemy. If he doesn't know what's good for him, someone else will take care of him. Sun Yan? Gao Sangdu frowned. Then forget it. He then turned to his subordinates and ordered, unload the goods, load them onto the carts, and send them to Mount Tai. Sun Yan left the dock with a calm expression. Just as he had thought, once he returned to Donglai, he closed his doors to visitors. When noblemen came to visit, they only received the news that Sun Yan was ill. At such a critical juncture, the person in charge of the actual military and political power of Donglai unexpectedly fell ill. What this meant was beyond the deep consideration of the powerful families. However, the more they pondered it, the more unscrupulous they became. The rebellious faction that already existed within the aristocratic families became even more arrogant after Yuan Xiao's army arrived. With Sun Yan's silent support, the aristocratic families no longer had any scruples, and their actions, which had previously been hidden under careful surveillance, gradually came to the forefront. They needed power. With Sun Yan leading the way in silence, and with Zhang Bao and others having already moved north to loosen their control over Qinzhou, many Qinzhou governors simply let the powerful families under their jurisdiction run rampant. As long as these families didn't cause trouble in their jurisdiction, the governors turned a blind eye. Of course, if any powerful family dared to challenge the governor's absolute power in the prefecture, these governors would not show any mercy. In this situation where the people didn't question it and the officials didn't investigate, the prefects turned a blind eye, and the powerful families all felt that their opportunity had arrived. Although some of the scions of these families were puzzled by the actions of the prefects of Qinzhou, they could understand their behavior considering their own current power. Brother Song, what should we do? Yinli and Wu Dan, as the prefects of Lun and Jinan counties in Qinzhou, were well aware of the current situation under their jurisdiction, so the two of them went to Lindsay together to ask Song Kang. Wait, Song Kang said after a moment's thought. I was entrusted by the Prime Minister to serve as the governor of Qi before he left. Before he left, the Prime Minister instructed me that no matter what major events occur, the governor should just do what he is supposed to do. What about the powerful families under my jurisdiction? Yinli asked, frowning. I'm worried that if they continue to gather like this, they will have the strength to attack the city. My subordinate, Prefect Hua Yan, has suggested that I send troops into the city. I also suggest that troops be deployed to the county seat, Wu Dan said with a grim expression. The aristocratic families have amassed quite a few private armies, and if problems arise, it will definitely be a troublesome affair. We can send troops into the city, but don't do anything to provoke the powerful families. Our mission is to protect the territory and its people. If we don't have enough troops, then we'll conscript able-bodied men. Most of the able-bodied men in Qinzhou have seen blood, Song Kang said after frowning. Conscripting civilians, this. Wu Dan was clearly skeptical. These civilians were all Yellow Turban rebels 2 years ago. They could certainly fight. But Wu Dan wasn't very optimistic about their character. He worried that if they were conscripted and a battle broke out, the damage might be even greater than what the aristocratic families had caused. Don't worry. Although their quality is not good, they have an absolute sense of right and wrong in certain matters. Although the Yellow Turbans have very chaotic military discipline, in some situations, their quality is enough to shock you. Song Kang waved his hand and said. Back then, he had truly witnessed hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turbans attending the funeral of their great leader, and almost all the Yellow Turbans in Qinzhou mourning for him. Because of that experience, Song Kang knew very well that no matter how bad the Yellow Turbans' military discipline was, they would not reach out to those who had helped them. To this day, the Yellow Turbans of Qinzhou still worship their chief commander and leader according to the seasons. It is said that every time Zhang Bao saw someone worshipping him, he first felt distrust, and then he was filled with emotion. The saying goes that righteousness often comes from humble beginnings, and the Yellow Turbans are a perfect example of this. They know very well how they got their current life, so they will risk their lives to protect this life where they have clothes to wear, food to eat, and shelter to live. In April 194, a rebellion broke out in Donghai, Qinzhou. Some people claimed to be disciples of Zhang Jiao and besieged Beihai. A large number of civil and military officials in Fenggao used this as a pretext to attack Cheng Xifor, having ulterior motives. They also submitted a memorial to Liu Bei requesting that the Yellow Turbans in Qinzhou be dealt with, that investment in the people be reduced, and that military and political power be consolidated. Later, on Sun Yu's advice, Liu Bei followed the wishes of his civil and military officials, and Taishan once again sent troops to Donghai to quell the rebellion. At this time, Taishan's military strength had dropped to its lowest point in history. As for the civil officials who proposed to arrest Chen Qi and punish him, they were already retired at home. Subsequently, a series of problems erupted, including Taishan Academy disciples cultivating talent but not virtue, accepting bribes in the Qinzhou area, and unfair judgments. Afterwards, various aristocratic families clamored that large-scale popularization of education would only result in the unvirtuous possessing talent, amplifying their destructive power on the entire society. They argued that the temperament and refinement of the nobility could not be cultivated in one generation, and that the words and deeds of the older generation influenced the morality of the younger generation. Popularizing education among ordinary people would only lead to the corruption of the entire official system. Okay, in short, the aristocratic families have started attacking the education popularization plan. After all, the plan has only been running for 3 years, but the huge investment is simply unacceptable to the aristocratic families. In the minds of many aristocratic families, there are many better ways to use so much wealth, and where did all that wealth come from? A class that makes up 1% of the population controls 90% of the power and 80% of the wealth, and still wants to pass it down through generations. As such, aristocratic families naturally do not want anyone to disrupt this system. Although most aristocratic families do not take the popularization of education to heart, in their view, even if commoners learn knowledge from books, they can only be commoners and are not qualified to be ranked with them. As for what constitutes qualification, it has always been up to them to decide. The families under Liu Bei's rule now have mixed feelings. It's no surprise that they want to become his loyal subjects, since anyone with eyes can see Liu Bei's rising power. However, Liu Bei's continued success will not bring them much benefit. Although they could be considered as sycophants, they would not get what they wanted if Liu Bei continued to develop in this way. Whether it was the desire for power or the desire for family, they had to work hard to make Liu Bei rise up with their help, rather than Liu Bei rising up on his own. In this way, although Yuan Shao had his own plans, the aristocratic families also had their own plans. Why should they submit to Yuan Shao and follow the aristocratic families of Ji province? Why not clip Liu Bei's wings and let Liu Bei rely on their qing and sue aristocratic families to take off? Chapter 7:13 Knowing when to adversity. Follow the dragon. Follow the dragon. Why should we, the Qingshu aristocratic family, follow behind your Jizhou aristocratic family? We've had enough of what happened 200 years ago. Why should we follow you this time? This is the anger of the Qingshu aristocratic family. They didn't gamble 200 years ago, but this time they are willing to give it a try. As Cheng Xi drove back to Mount Tai along the official road, he had already heard many rumors. He could understand the aristocratic family's desire for power, but such petty theft only made Cheng Xi sigh. Had he not left any path for these families to advance? No, quite the opposite. He had, and not just one. Zongkang, tell me, what exactly do the aristocratic families want? Chen Xi made a gesture to prevent Hang Qiong from making a sound. At this point, he felt less and less pressure to order Hang Qiong around. They probably want you to back down, Su Chu said hesitantly. Unlike Dian Wei, Su Chu, though not studious, had received family education and had his own understanding of combat. Do they want me to back down? Chen Xi smiled, then sighed. Do they even have the right to make me back down? At this moment, a hint of helplessness appeared in Cheng Xi's eyes. Why were these bastards still so ungrateful even though he had already shown them mercy? It wasn't that he couldn't crush these troublesome aristocratic families. He had imposed restrictions on them before, but those who had followed his lead years ago had already recovered their losses many times over. There are always some guys who can't see the situation clearly. Let's go, detour to Pingyang and see what's going on with those noble families making such a fuss. Chen Xi yawned, but his eyes made no attempt to hide his coldness. There was a Bao family in Pingyang. Their antics had even reached Cheng Xi's ears. Pingyang. Su Chu frowned, then hesitated before speaking. Strategist, perhaps we should return to Fenggao first. Pingyang has been rather unsettled lately. Not peaceful. Chen Xi sneered. I still have some connections with the Bao family there. I'll go see what they're up to. Let's go back to Fenggao first. I'm sure our Lord has been waiting for us there for a long time. Su Chu was still a little worried. The Bao family in Pingyang had been making a lot of noise lately, and even Su Chu, who was on the march, knew about it. He didn't want Cheng Xi to go to such a dangerous place. Go to Pingyang, Chen Xi said calmly, glancing at Su Chu. That glance immediately extinguished Su Chu's intention to explain. Chen Xi turned from the official road from Feicheng to Fengdao to Pingyang. Fortunately, the roads in Taishan were well connected, so Chen Xi was spared the hardship of the journey. The Bao family only received news of Chen Xi when he was almost in Pingyang. "Uncle, Marquis Cheng will arrive in Pingyang in half an hour at most. What do you think he's coming for at this time?" Bao Sun's expression was clearly worried after receiving news of Chen Xi's imminent arrival. "Should we open the main gate of the Bao family to welcome them, or should we close the gates and refuse them entry?" Bao Xiao asked hesitantly, given the opportune moment of Chen Xi's arrival. Although the Bao family had over 1,000 private soldiers, he dared not offer any rebellious suggestions. "What we need to think about now is what he's here for. Recently, our Bao family has been paying a lot of attention to education." Bao Tao frowned. After Bao X's science death, and upon hearing of Liu Bei's defeat of the Yellow Turbans, the Bao family moved back to Mount Tai. Currently, Bao Dan and the patriarch remain silent. The Bao family is primarily led by Bao Tao. It's worth noting that Bao Tao didn't die in Xinyang partly because Chen Xi thwarted Dong Zhuo's plans in Luoyang. However, after Bao X's science death, Bao Tao resigned his official post and moved his family to Mount Tai. This was partly because he admired Liu Bei, and partly because the Bao family was a powerful clan in Mount Tai for generations. They once commanded a private army of 20,000. In addition, although the Bao family had left Cao Cao's rule, whether it was the support the Bao family gave to Cao Cao during the campaign against Dong Zhuo, or the fact that Yanzhou fell into Cao Cao's hands after Bao X's science death, there was still a bond between them. Even if Cao Cao rose to power in the future, he would not make things difficult for the Bao family. Therefore, Bao Tao moved the Bao family back to their ancestral home. Unfortunately, by the time the Bao family returned, Chen Xi had already distributed the land of Mount Tai to the people. Although the Bao family had land deeds, they were unable to take them back from the people. Fortunately, Chen Xi did not go so far as to exterminate them. The Bao family was also pragmatic at the time and followed Chen Xi's instructions, shifting their focus to commerce. In this way, over the years, the Bao family's wealth reached its peak, and the land exchange certificates that Chen Xi had asked them to keep were still there. According to Chen Xi, these lands would be repaid when the world was unified. Of course, this benefit was only for families that were pragmatic back then. It can be said that the Bao family suffered almost no loss. Unfortunately, sometimes the saying "when the granary is full, one knows honor and disgrace" is not the only one. The Bao family and many other families are in a situation where when the granary is full, one seeks power. When they lack nothing, they once again set their sights on power, and the desire to seize power and profit reappeared. Why don't we shut ourselves off to visitors? That person is really a bit strange. It's best not to see him if we can avoid it, Bao Sun said with a frown. This was how most of the science of aristocratic families felt about Chen Xi. When someone is so strong that they can't even see the whole picture, they will naturally feel awe and fear. Our entire clan will go outside the city to welcome him with generous gifts. We will answer whatever he asks, without harboring any other intentions. While Bao Tao was still pondering, the rarely seen old man, Bao Dan, appeared in the main hall, leaning on his cane, and glanced at his son and grandson before speaking. "Father, what brings you here?" "Grandpa, please have a seat." The people in the main hall of the Bao family quickly made way for Bao Dan. "How could I not come when the Bao family has come to this?" Bao Dan slammed his cane on the floor a few times, and his son and grandson immediately lowered their heads and remained silent. When Chen Xi arrived in Pingyang, the entire Bao family appeared outside the city, and old Master Bao personally welcomed Chen Xi. "It's been a long time, Mr. Bao." Chen Xi sighed as he looked at the composed members of the Bao family, then jumped off the carriage and bowed to Bao Dan. Lord Cheng is still as dashing and talented as ever, please. Old Master Bao straightened his back and gestured for Cheng Xi to proceed. Sigh. I originally wanted to come and see what it was all about, but since Grandpa Bao is so open about it, I won't ask. Chen Xi shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't go in. While other families would welcome him with their entire clan, Cheng Xi's actions were already considered disrespectful. However, Old Master Bao remained respectful and reasonable, without showing the slightest dissatisfaction. Lord Cheng, you should still ask. After you ask, my Bao family will give you a reply. That will put Lord Cheng at ease, and it will put my mind at ease too, Bao Dan said, leaning on his cane and looking at Cheng Xi. I'm just wondering, is my prestige enough to make your Bao family change course so directly? Chen Xi said helplessly. Chapter 714 The Situation Amidst Chaos. Since Lord Cheng has come in person, my Bao family is willing to do him a favor. Power can be fought for at any time, but no family in the world has the courage to face you directly and have a conflict with you. We only dare to unite and face you. But if you appear in front of us, we dare not. Bao Dan said with utmost composure. All right, I understand. The Bao family will be under lockdown for 3 months starting today, Chen Xi said slowly, glancing at the Bao family members before him. Okay. Bao Dan nodded. The final counterattack of the aristocratic rebels was either to pave the way for their families with corpses, completely submitting to Liu Bei's rule, or to clip their wings and achieve success. Chen Xi glanced at the Bao family members, then turned and left. He already knew what was going on. It should be said that the aristocratic families of the world weren't stupid. Chen Xi said nothing more and got into the car. Su Chu took him away from Pingyang and back to Fenggao. He already knew the whole story from what Su Chu had said earlier, and that was enough. After seeing Chen Xi off, the Bao family members slowly returned to their ancestral home in Pingyang, and then sealed the doors of their house, just as they had said before, for 3 months. Are we just going to give up like this? Bao Song looked bitterly at his family patriarch. Although he had considered giving up when he learned of Cheng Xi's arrival, to abandon the family so decisively and cleanly would result in gaining nothing. Do you want to negotiate with him? Bao Dan turned to look at his grandson. He could see the resentment in his grandson's eyes, but what could he do about it? I dare not. Bao Shao said with a wry smile. That's fine too. My Bao family will not get involved in this matter. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Who knows how today's choice will affect tomorrow? Alas, the gates will be sealed for 3 months. No member of the Bao family may leave. Anyone who steps outside the ancestral land of the Bao family will be expelled from the Bao family. Bao then sighed deeply. Then his eyes swept ruthlessly over his descendants before issuing the order. Patriarch, what will happen to the Bao family's business? A junior member of the Bao family stepped forward and said, clearly hesitant. My Bao family has reached the point where we can't survive without 3 months of business. Nonsense. Bao Dan flung his sleeves and left. A few days later, several members of the Bao family left the Bao family, and Bao Dan removed their names from the genealogy as he had said, but he did not move their lineage out of the ancestral hall. When will the Bao family ever be able to produce 1 or 2 exceptionally talented individuals like the Song and Cheng families? Alas, let them not produce any. I hope that one day I will regret the decision I made today, just as the Cheng family did back then. As Bao Dan touched the family genealogy on the table, his right hand trembled slightly. He truly hoped that one day he would be the one to regret it, rather than some other member of the family. Alas, it's all about timing and fate. Bao Dan sighed, abandoning his impossible fantasies. In the eyes of all the aristocratic families, Chen Xi's existence was both proof of their capabilities and their discerning judgment. Having left Pingyang, Chen Xi naturally had no idea what had happened to the Bao family, but even if he had, he wouldn't have had any particular thoughts about it. By now, Chen Xi had completely understood the thoughts of the aristocratic families. I also represent aristocratic families. Chen Xi sighed. Although he had always insisted that he stood on the side of the common people, now that he thought about it, the class he represented was actually also an aristocratic family. Forget it. These things don't matter anymore. I can't change the social class I represent. Then let me change this class. At least I still possess that power now. Aristocratic families, what a strange social class. Chen Xi looked up at the carriage hood and smiled bitterly. This social class is truly peculiar. Strategist, are you alright? You've been silent ever since we left Pingyang. Is there something wrong with the Bao family? Should I go and kill them? Su Chu asked, having not heard Chen Xi's voice for a long time. There's no problem. I just understand some things, which makes it easier to deal with things from now on, Chen Xi said with a smile. The aristocratic families have their own demands on me, which is to be expected. I imagine the Chen family behind me has a lot to say to me since they moved to Mount Tai. Su Chu was speechless. He realized once again that he and Chen Xi were not from the same world and had no way to continue Chen Xi's conversation. Should he answer or oh at this time? Zongkang, let's go back to Fogao. I understand the general situation now. I was wondering why there was such a big commotion, but now I see. As for my demands, perhaps I should indeed investigate, Chen Xi said with a smile. The reply from the Bao family had made Chen Xi think for a moment. After all, he represented the aristocratic class. Although Su Chu couldn't understand what Chen Xi was saying, he could at least understand what Feng Gao meant. If he couldn't even understand that sentence, Zhou Yu wouldn't be able to have a good time with Sang Su, even if his IQ was lowered. IQ also affects the harmony between the two. Chen Xi drove towards Fogao. The closer he got to Fogao, the more rumors he heard. The people, however, became increasingly calm. It was clear that years of governance had made the ruling center completely ignore the rumors. Although the people would still listen and spread them, no one would believe them unless a notice was issued. It seems the situation is not bad, Chen Xi said with a relieved look. He had spent so much effort to gain the trust of the people, and now it was finally working. No matter how widely the rumors spread, the people treated them as jokes. Although they would listen to them as jokes during their leisure time, almost no one believed them. Strategist, someone is blocking the road and has made a request, Su Chu suddenly said to Chen Xi inside the carriage, and began ordering his soldiers to stop. Don't worry about it. The affairs of the prefecture and county are for the people of the prefecture and county to handle. I am now a military commander returning to my post. This is not my business. Let them go find Yang Dao, the magistrate of Bo County, and don't bother me, Chen Xi said calmly. Yes. Su Chu clasped his hands in a salute, and then, without any further hesitation, he ordered his soldiers to draw their swords. His men, exuding a fierce aura, marched forward, while the many students who had originally intended to block Chen Xi's carriage trembled and avoided it. Lord Chen told you to report any issues to the local magistrate, Su Chu shouted as he passed through the crowd. Only after Chen Xi left did the students breathe a sigh of relief. Humph, what's so great about him? He was just born a few years earlier than us, yet he dared to treat us so disrespectfully. He might not be older than you, someone nearby mocked. If I had his luck. Before the person being mocked could even begin to retort, the person who had spoken earlier cut them off. You are not as good as him either. You dare to leave your name? The student, who was half dead with anger from the scholar beside him, said furiously. I am indeed the magistrate of Bo County, young Dao said nonchalantly. Speak. What do you wish to petition? Chapter 714. Young Dao was doing very well in Bo County. As someone capable of governing a prefecture, even if he was just coasting along in Bo County, his ability to govern a mere county was unparalleled, especially considering that it was close to Fengao and had a lot of policies available to him. As for why Yang Dao was never promoted to the position of prefect, it was mainly because he wanted to take care of his younger brother Yang Dan and his wife Kaizenji. Of course, there are also many reasons why this guy doesn't have much power. He does a good job of shirking his responsibilities in Bo County. Every few days or 10 days, he puts up a sign to assign government affairs and then goes back to Fengao to stay with his wife for a few days. As for what trouble might arise from doing this, generally speaking, if you can handle it to the point where no one in the entire county like Yang Dao causes any trouble, basically no one will care if you sneak away. The common people don't ask questions and the officials don't investigate. That's the norm. Of course, if you get blocked by Manchong in Fengao City, then I'm sorry. After capturing that reckless fellow, Yang Dao dispersed the group of students. He could naturally tell what kind of people these students from aristocratic families were, but he was too lazy to care at the moment. Yang Dao was a typical example of someone who didn't concern himself with matters outside his jurisdiction. Although this incident occurred under his rule, Yang Dao, who was preparing to return to Fengao for a short stay of 10 days, decisively chose to take this guy with him. Yang Dao's consistent view was to leave such matters to his superiors. It is said that Yang Dao is not stupid. Although his abilities are not comparable to those of the top-tier individuals, he is still one of the best among them. Furthermore, Yang Dao was extremely indifferent and often viewed things from an outsider's perspective, which naturally allowed him to see many mysterious aspects of things. This is why he pretended to be stupid when Jiaosu asked him questions. These powerful families, what a nuisance. Yang Dao shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing at the sun in the sky. He suddenly felt a strong urge to leave Fengao, but then he thought of his wife. He sighed, spurred his horse, and galloped headlong towards the place where all the conflicts were about to erupt. Thinking of this, Yang Dao couldn't help but turn to look at the student beside him, shaking his head slightly. It wasn't that he looked down on aristocratic families. If they were all such lowly individuals, there was truly no hope, not even the slightest hope. The gap was too vast. Yang Dao didn't want to think about these things anymore. In his view, what was happening now was a game between powerful families, and a higher level of game had not yet begun. The powerful families were just pawns being manipulated. Yang Dao gazed up at the heavens with a sigh. Though he lacked the ability to see the whole picture, even from what he had glimpsed, he knew that the world was a game of chess. For the aristocratic families, all that remained was to follow. They had no right to resist. Further down the line, they had already lost control of their own destinies. Chen Xi couldn't hear Yang Dao's thoughts. He simply returned to Fengao peacefully under Su Chu's protection. As before, Liu Bei brought a group of civil and military officials who had stayed behind to welcome Chen Xi. However, this time, the number of civil and military officials behind Liu Bei was much smaller than at other times. I'm back. Chen Xi opened the carriage door, bent down to get out of the carriage, then straightened up and looked at the huge 2 characters Fengao on the Fengao City Tower. He said calmly, this return means that Mount Tai is entering its final adjustment phase, and the northward campaign against Yuan is about to begin. You're back. Liu Bei looked Chen Xi up and down, a smile on his face. The villains have already surfaced. Yes, I came back to hear the demands of the aristocratic families and what they want to do, Chen Xi said calmly. Then he turned to look at Li Yu, Jiaosu and the others. I'll trouble you all. I will close the door to all guests until you finish. I will reappear on the day you make your move. It was good that you came back, but it also disrupted the rhythm. I'm worried that some petty people won't dare to make a move, Li Yu said, looking at Chen Xi. This is a glimmer of hope. As for whether they will go crazy or back down, who can really see through people's hearts? Chen Xi shook his head and said, the aristocratic families are truly a contradictory combination. It is indeed a contradiction. Jiaosu nodded. But it will soon be a contradiction. Only when we personally subdue them will we have the right to control them. Eternal obedience is impossible, but at least we will make them understand whose command they should follow now. Only by personally subduing them can we make them understand that morality, benevolence, and interests can only be made to obey when combined with overwhelming power. We possess morality and benevolence, and we have also bestowed upon them benefits. The rest is to demonstrate our strength and let them understand the truth. Man Chong said with extreme coldness, showing that he was ready to strike ruthlessly. Truth is always overshadowed by force. Chen Xi sneered. We gave them the ability to fight us, and now it's time to wake them up. They're at their wits' end and have no choice but to act. I'd like to see how many powerful families will make their move soon. Zichuan, you will see that aristocratic families are truly a paradox. Liu Bei patted Chen Xi and said, they have morality and talent, as well as the corresponding qualities, but they have not used them for the right purposes. It is a pity for so many scholars, some of whom have even taught students for 3 years with great effort. Right and wrong seem blurry now, but we'll know who's right and who's wrong in the future. Time will tell. Chen Xi shook his head and said, their principles have already clashed with ours, and that's enough for us to defeat them. I can't argue with you, but that's not important. What's important is that I feel very satisfied standing on the top of Fenghao City and looking around. I hope that one day, when I stand on the jade steps and look back, I will still feel just as satisfied. Liu Bei smiled and did not refute Chen Xi's words. He knew very well what his goal was, but he just felt sorry for those people. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I only hope that one day I can see the world from below the jade steps as it is today in Fenghao. Li Yu glanced at Liu Bei and silently turned his head to say, so far, as the overlord of the world, Liu Bei has only one thing that can satisfy Li Yu. His appearance is only average. That is his temperament. Chapter 726 Aristocratic Families. Whether he was just starting out or had become the overlord of the world, Liu Bei only changed in appearance and temperament. His heart remained bound to his oath without the slightest deviation. He still followed his vow to fulfill his dream to have food and clothing, a house and land, and education and care. It was a simple and clear dream, but only Liu Bei dared to speak it out and carry it out. No matter how difficult it was, to this day, Liu Bei still walks firmly on this path, with unwavering determination in his heart. No matter how secretive Chen Xi's return was, it would be difficult to hide from the aristocratic families once he arrived at Mount Tai. As a result, Chen Xi gave up the idea of concealing his whereabouts. Although he kept a low profile, he still returned to Mount Tai openly and legitimately. He's back. Sitting in the restaurant, watching the carriage traveling through the middle of Central Street, all the members of the Qinshu family knew that Chen Xi had returned. They're back. The powerful figures from various aristocratic families gathered in the north of Fenghao City looked at the intelligence reports delivered to them with different expressions, but in their struggle, they were also less constrained than before. If Chen Zichuan doesn't come back, what's the point of their victory? In just a few years, they've managed to elevate a warlord to a position of dominance, allowing Liu Bei, who started from scratch, to almost reach the top. Without gaining the other side's approval and winning their respect, what's the point of all that they did? Su Ziyuan did indeed lose, and if nothing unexpected happened, he lost decisively. Bai Yu, the head of the Bai family, sighed and said, "But this is to be expected. Even though we were gathered here because of Su Ziyuan's actions, probably no one here could believe that Su Ziyuan could defeat that person." Defeat is to be expected. The Wei family patriarch shared the same expression regarding the defeat of Su Yu, who was barely considered to be on their side, as inevitable. Who here would write a letter saying that Su Ziyuan can defeat that person? That's just a pretext, Li He of the Li family said with a wry smile. If news came now that Su Ziyuan had won, I would worry that things would be more complicated than we thought. Although they returned in a low-key manner, they didn't try to hide it at all, and even had the mind to inquire at the Bao family. Such behavior is truly befitting of that person. Zhang Hao from the Zhang family also looked helpless. That's the situation now. That person left us a way out. Those who give up will not be held accountable for their past actions. If you want to withdraw, withdraw quickly. Give up this unrealistic idea. At this point, we are still thinking about backing out. The die is cast. It's good that he's back. Our families can be preserved. If possible, I really don't want to have a conflict with him. I'm not kidding, I shudder at the sight of him, Sure one of the Sure family said with a wry smile. These words elicited wry smiles from the many scions of noble families present. Having witnessed the other party's terrifying power, who would want to face such a monster? However, sometimes such circumstances are unavoidable. For the sake of the family, a young man from a prominent family stood up, extended his hand, and spoke calmly. For the sake of the family, the other scions of noble families also stood up, extending their hands and speaking in unison. Knowing they were doomed to defeat, and knowing they didn't really need to do this, they still stepped forward to die. Just in case, what if that person doesn't understand our family's demands? In times when everyone is willing to die, there's always someone who jumps out to cause trouble. You think he's you? Qian Lin, the head of the Qian family, rolled his eyes at the Su family member who was talking nonsense. I'm afraid he'll just pretend he didn't see it, Zhao Bing from the Zhao family said with a wry smile. Just like you can never wake a girl who's pretending to be asleep. If he pretends not to see it, there's nothing they can do. Are we just going to give up like this? A question came from the crowd, and everyone else was taken aback. Go ahead, I'm willing to trust him, Sure one said, and the others echoed him. In the end, everyone's eyes burned with determination. Although they didn't like Cheng Xi's style and he was not usually on their side, they were willing to gamble on Cheng Xi's character. At another gathering point of the Qinshu family, unlike the previous group of incredibly determined individuals, this place had become a marketplace. Some wanted to withdraw, some wanted to fight to the death, some were resigned to their fate, and some were arrogant and conceited. Their discussions failed to achieve any goals, and everyone was just hoping to gain an advantage later. After returning home, Chen Qi immediately closed the door to visitors. At this time, Chenglong was already 6 months pregnant. Chen Qi spent more time with Chenglong and Fan Jian. As for Mi Zhong, Zhong Mi, and the others, they were all now under house arrest by Kai Yan. Even if Kai Yan didn't quite understand the current situation, Li Yu would advise her. The April sun was already a little hot. Since Cheng Xi returned, he had been undisturbed and was able to rest peacefully at home with his wife. On this day, while Cheng Xi was sunbathing with Chenglong and Fan Jian, a maid came to report that someone from the Cheng family wanted to see Cheng Xi. Chen Xi frowned, unsure whether he should go see Chen Shang. He had some guesses about why the Chen family had come, but what troubled him was whether he should go see them. Husband, let's go see the Chen family elders. Since the Chen family moved to Mount Tai, they have never caused you any trouble and have always obeyed your orders. Now, knowing that you are keeping your doors closed to guests, they still come here. Something big must have happened, Fan Jian said after seeing Chen Xi's thoughtful expression and hesitation. All right. Chen Xi understood after a moment's thought. Although he roughly knew why the other party had come, he still needed to give them face. When Chen Xi came out, he saw Chen Shang, the elder of the Chen family, pacing back and forth in the central hall, looking visibly agitated. Uncle, it's been a long time. Chen Xi bowed calmly to Chen Shangni. Zichuan, I'm so glad to finally see you. To be honest, I came here in person this time, prepared that you weren't planning to see me. Chen Shang's words clearly contained some resentment, but his expression calmed down. Uncle, you jest. Zichuan is away from home most of the year, and there are only 2 ladies in this house, so we can only close the door to guests. However, since I am at home, I would not be so heartless and unreasonable. Uncle, please. Chen Xi did not care about Chen Shang's resentment. His attitude towards the Chen family was indeed somewhat indifferent, but he would not fail to show proper etiquette. I'm sure Zichuan can guess why I've come here, but I'd like to know how Zichuan views the powerful families of the world. Chen Shang understood Chen Xi's style, and after taking a sip of tea, he asked directly. I come from a distinguished family, Chen Xi said calmly. Chen Shang was noticeably calmer and continued to stare at Chen Xi, waiting for him to continue. Chapter 7:17 Sit down and talk. I can tolerate the privileges of aristocratic families, their covetousness of power and land, and their ever-expanding ambitions. In fact, as long as they don't shake the foundations of the country, their existence is perfectly reasonable in my eyes. Chen Xi's words almost made Chen Shang's heart flutter with joy. However, all privileges, all desires for power and land, must be linked to responsibility. Otherwise, everything the powerful families do is essentially undermining the foundation of the nation. Chen Xi's words left Chen Shang utterly helpless. Is there no way to turn things around? Chen Shang asked helplessly. No. Do you remember how the Chen family rose to power? From the decline of the Western Zhou dynasty due to its self-imposed isolation, to the rise from poverty in the spring and autumn period, to the decline at the beginning of the Warring States period, and then to the continuous accumulation of wealth to reach its current level again, Chen Xi said calmly. But Chen Shang wanted to argue, but Chen Xi interrupted him directly. Without external enemies, the closed-minded aristocratic families will eventually disappear into the long river of history. It's better to let me personally take charge of weeding out the bad and keeping the good. Grand uncle, you still have a chance. Convince me, and I will help you. If you can't, I will personally take action. At least if you fall under my blade, you will still have a chance to rise again. If you are overthrown by the world, you will have no chance at all. Chen Xi was extremely solemn at this moment, like a warrior preparing to meet a challenge. How could I convince you? Chen Shang scoffed. Who are you? You are Chen Zichuan. You are the Marquis of Yinshan. You are the Marquis Chen who helped a number of feudal lords rise to power in your early 20s. Do I need to go to such lengths to convince you? Then let me persuade you, uncle. Uncle, may I ask a question? Is the way the aristocratic families acquired all this power in a reasonable way? Chen Xi asked, looking into Chen Shang's eyes. He had already noticed that Chen Shang seemed to have an innate advantage over the aristocratic families, whether it was in terms of status or anything else, a comprehensive suppression. That makes sense, Chen Shangzhong said with great enthusiasm. Is that reasonable? Chen Xi chuckled, still looking at Chen Shang. That makes sense. Chen Shang looked at Chen Xi with firm eyes and spoke righteously. Is that reasonable? A hint of mockery appeared in Chen Xi's eyes. Reasonable, Chen Shang gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering. It seems that you, my great-uncle, also know the truth. Since that's the case, why not let me rationalize it? At least when I ask you about it in the future, you will always keep your eyes on me, Chen Xi said solemnly. Chen Xi knew that the elders of powerful families like the Cheng and Song families were capable of discernment, and they were unwilling to act against their conscience, even for the sake of the family. Therefore, they had no choice but to tell the truth when questioned by Chen Xi. Rationalization? Impossible. Humans are always driven by selfish desires. Chen Shang shook his head. The existence of families is inevitable, and the closeness or distance between people is predetermined. Mosey once spoke of universal love, but if your children and a stranger fall into the water together, you can only save one. How can you claim to love all people equally? Chen Xi twitched his lips. That's the only downside of the Cheng family. They all understand the various schools of thought from the 100 schools of thought period. Grand-uncle, could you please stop with the empty promises? I can't be completely fair, but I can at least be relatively reasonable. At least I will ensure that the power and responsibilities of the aristocratic families are relatively fair, and at least the people of the world will no longer look at this entire class with hatred, Chen Xi said calmly. Our losses are too great. Chen Shang no longer concealed his intentions. He went straight to the heart of the matter. The fact that Chen Shang was even here at this point indicated that after eliminating the last wave of rebellious forces, the aristocratic families were beginning to reflect on their own problems. They hoped to sit down and talk with Chen Xi, asking for nothing more than to at least reduce their own losses. What do aristocratic families want? Forget about everlasting blessings. Chen Xi first shut Chen Shang up. We won't ask for things that are impossible. The powerful families that have come to us have long since given up on the rigid consolidation. They are just unwilling to continue down this path. Chen Shang waved his hand. He didn't pursue unrealistic things either. What he needed were tangible benefits. All right, let's skip the money. What you need is land, family schools, power, and privileges. Chen Xi glanced at Chen Shang silently. Seeing the other man looking at him nervously, Chen Xi, who was representing all the aristocratic families to negotiate, was also under considerable pressure. As Chen Xi said, wealth is not what aristocratic families pursue. Although aristocratic families also need wealth to embellish their lives, wealth is not the ultimate goal. For aristocratic families, land is the foundation, power is the goal, and privilege is the sublimation. But if we talk about the most important thing for aristocratic families is family learning and land. Having land provides the capital for rise, having family traditions provides the path to rise, and the remaining power and even more distant privileges can be earned through the abilities of the clan members, just like Chen Xi now. Who could have imagined that this extraordinary young man would now possess such powerful energy? Yes, we do need family traditions, land, and power, but family traditions come first, land second, and power and privileges can be given up for now. Chen Shang nodded, but then corrected the mistake in Chen Xi's words. Aristocratic families understand the importance of family traditions better than ordinary people. Yes, I understand that family tradition is paramount, and land is secondary. That's true. Uncle, what you said is all correct. I have nothing to say about family tradition. I've already opened the library. Whether you're satisfied or not, the library is there. Chen Xi was very satisfied with Chen Shang's words. The aristocratic families were actually quite clear about this. Chen Xi's words clearly made Chen Shang's heart sink. Wouldn't this just make them just like ordinary people? The aristocratic families would have no advantage at all. Chen Xi noticed Cheng Shang's expression and smiled. For aristocratic families, one book is equivalent to 10. In other words, if an aristocratic family contributes one book to fill the gap, they can choose to copy 10 books. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shang was clearly pleasantly surprised. There were many books in the library, and if one book was worth 10, the aristocratic family would not be at a disadvantage. However, Cheng Shang still hoped to acquire more. Fill in one book, copy 10 books and choose any book. And how many times a year can this be done? Cheng Shang asked cautiously. Of course, these are regular books. Kai Zouji has a book list and a general outline of the books. One book can be exchanged for 10. Of course, aristocratic families can also fill in one book by name, or if they don't know the title, they can just fill in the general outline of the book they want. Chen Xi shook his head and said, "You only know how precious something is when it is restricted. As for the number of times, let's make it 9, with 9 as the limit, plus 3 additional times for those specifically named." Chen Xi casually said the number. Of course, Chen Xi hadn't thought about the limitation at all before, but Cheng Shang gave him a heads up. Chapter 7:18 What a huge pit! The aristocratic families have fallen into it. I accept it on behalf of the other prominent families, Cheng Shang nodded. In Cheng Shang's view, the advantage of exchanging one book for 10 is too obvious. One can exchange for 93 books a year. After all, ordinary people can only borrow 3 books every 3 years. The advantage of aristocratic families is too obvious. If they still lose, then Cheng Shang thinks that aristocratic families should be finished. In this era, how should I put it? In the eyes of the aristocratic families, their rivals were the poor, not the lowly people they considered. While it might seem unlucky for aristocratic families to lose to those from humble backgrounds, those from humble backgrounds were once fallen aristocratic families themselves. As for commoners, they were completely disregarded, so aristocratic families usually didn't take commoners seriously. This mindset was vividly displayed among scions of powerful families like Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao, so they never considered that centuries later, it would be commoners, not those from humble backgrounds, who would bring down these powerful families from their pedestals. Chen Xi chuckled inwardly. After all, aristocratic families are limited by their own perspective and cannot see what their greatest threat is. Grand uncle, let me add one more thing, Chen Xi continued. Speak, Cheng Shang said, frowning, but he did not refuse. To be fair, everyone under Lord Xuanda's rule is entitled to this qualification, Chen Xi said calmly. Cheng Shang was taken aback, then repeated it before he understood and said with a smile, "No problem, everyone in the world is eligible. By the way, we actually have a lot of confidence in Lord Xuanda." Cheng Shang thought to himself, "That would be perfect." Chen Xi nodded. Unmoved by Cheng Shang's overtures, the aristocratic families clearly had a love-hate relationship with Liu Bei. The reason for this was that they admired Liu Bei, but Liu Bei did not treat the aristocratic families as complete allies like other warlords. As for the land, I can't return it to you now. But as I promised the aristocratic families, I will return the land to you after things are set right. Anyway, you don't farm, so there's no rush. Chen Xi continued to make his promise to Cheng Shang with a blank expression. Will they really return it to the aristocratic families? Cheng Shang asked, a smirk on his face. Even with the land exchange vouchers, they found this highly unlikely. However, considering the extent of the previous concessions they had been given, Cheng Shang figured they could tolerate this one. We don't ask for much, just 30% would be fine. Not now, I still have a use for it. After this period is over, I will exchange the land exchange vouchers you have back, even though the land is not here. Chen Xi shook his head and decisively refused. Although he was very satisfied with the aristocratic family's generous spending, as it showed their support for Liu Bei, Chen Xi was definitely not interested. Zichuan, tell your uncle the truth. Don't deceive him. If he doesn't explain things properly, and the world is at peace, it wouldn't be good if he were to be torn apart. Chen Shang said, playing the emotional card with a mournful expression. Chen Shang felt that Chen Xi's suggestion was highly improbable. The powerful families had done this kind of thing countless times. They'd exchange a plot of land for a plot of land in the countryside, and they'd be crying their eyes out. Besides, powerful families could only exchange land in one region. If it were a national affair, they could exchange a plot of land for a barren desert without a problem. Please don't do that. I can write you a document. If you're not moving to Shangtian, you can come find me and I'll sign it. But not now. By the way, you don't know anything about farming, Chen Xi said calmly. Chen Shang's words made him both laugh and cry. He wasn't that shameless. Are you sure it's Wade? Chen Shang asked, staring at Chen Xi. I don't need to go to such lengths for you. Small mu can be exchanged for large mu, and so can lower-lying fields for upper-lying fields, and dry fields for paddy fields. As long as the land can't be faked, it's all the same, whether it's large or small mu, upper or lower fields. Chen Xi said calmly, while Chen Shang was terrified. Chen Shang was completely stunned. He didn't know what to say. His mouth opened and closed, but he had no idea what he was saying. Relax yourselves. Do you think someone will personally measure the small and large plots? I'll be in charge, and you won't keep it a secret from me. When we exchange lower-lying fields for upper-lying fields, who will inspect each plot individually? I plan to exchange the land of the noble families together. As for exchanging dry land for paddy fields, the land deeds will belong to me. I'll just burn them down, and who will know? Chen Xi's words were like opening a door for Chen Shang. Gold! Chen Shang swallowed hard. He had seen bold people before, but never anyone this bold. And what Chen Xi said made perfect sense. How about it, uncle? Why don't you give it a try? With just a splash, the Chen family can gain tens of thousands of acres of fertile land, Chen Xi said with a light laugh. You're not kidding, Chen Shang murmured. No problem, I can write the document directly. Of course, to avoid trouble later, I will specify that all citizens are eligible for this benefit. However, since it is a benefit, it's first come, first served, Chen Xi said nonchalantly. I agree. After confirming that Chen Xi hadn't really tricked him, Chen Shang immediately agreed. There was nothing more to say. It would be foolish not to agree to such good conditions. As for whether doing so would harm the country, who cared? I'll write the documents later. You can take them back and have the head of the family sign and seal them. But let's make this clear first. I can give you land in exchange, but if you let it lie fallow because no one is farming it, and someone finds out, I will show absolutely no mercy, Chen Xi said ruthlessly. There's no question about it. We definitely won't let the fertile fields go to waste. Chen Shang nodded and said, if we don't have enough servants, we can hire people to farm. We absolutely won't make things difficult for Zichuan. Chen Shang knew that if large areas of land were left uncultivated due to a lack of manpower, someone from above would definitely come to investigate. At that point, it would be impossible to cover it up, and it might even implicate Chen Zichuan. Therefore, he directly guaranteed that all the aristocratic families would absolutely not allow the land to be left uncultivated, even if it meant paying people to farm it. That's good. Chen Xi nodded with a cool expression, but she was secretly overjoyed. Clearing the northeast plain is not difficult for this world with internal energy and cloud energy. The difficulty lies in cultivating the land after clearing it. There are no people there. Even if there were a reclamation army, it would not be able to manage 5 million hectares of land. Now that the aristocratic families have voluntarily signed the documents, they will have to hire people to go there when the time comes. With the help of powerful families hiring people, coupled with a large number of policies at that time, it is estimated that they can barely swallow up that million hectares of land. As for the remaining 4 million hectares, it depends on how many powerful families take the bait. Chapter 719 The Choice of Noble Families. There are just too few aristocratic families. If we could get more, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. It would also be much easier to manage if we could exchange all the ancestral lands of these families together. Chen Xi was already silently calculating in his mind. Chen Xi also knew that such things could not be rushed. If he revealed his thoughts too eagerly, it would arouse suspicion. Just like now, even if Chen Shang had doubts, he had no way to verify them. He could only ponder them carefully and wait to verify his thoughts later. As for the development of the northeast plain in the future, Chen Xi can guarantee that when he goes to the aristocratic family, he will be both troubled and happy. After all, the land is indeed the best land, the small mu has indeed been exchanged for large mu, and the land deeds are indeed in their hands. Chen Xi is not joking. The most troublesome thing is farming. However, the aristocratic families themselves do not farm. The farmers are all long-term and short-term laborers hired by the aristocratic families, as well as their own servants. So it's not too bad. At most, people feel heartbroken when they move people there for the first time. After the first year, when the granaries are full, they don't feel heartbroken anymore. In this way, Chen Xi wasn't really cheating the aristocratic families. On the contrary, they benefited greatly. However, considering the vast, uninhabited northeast plain, Chen Xi felt that using the aristocratic families to fill the gap and giving them some benefits was only right. After several battles, Chen Xi realized that he was indeed inadequate in military affairs. However, he handled political affairs with remarkable ease. Nevertheless, no one could discern how poorly Chen Xi managed military affairs, since they had won every time, regardless of the outcome. Then I'm relieved. These are name cards from prominent families in Yuzhou. Chen Shang took out a name card filled with surnames from his pocket. These are mostly people who are just adding to the existing wealth. If the chaos in Qing and Su doesn't damage their foundation, they will follow in the footsteps of the Chen family. Chen Xi reached out and took the paper, glancing at it briefly. He was also surprised to find that so many powerful families were considering joining Liu Bei's side. After all, aristocratic families also have to plan for themselves. Although the Qinshu aristocratic families have a love-hate relationship with Lord Shuangda, it is clear to anyone with eyes that our aristocratic families have actually grown stronger. Although we know in our hearts that we are far from being able to keep up with the growth rate of the entire Mangtai, we have been growing stronger, just smaller overall, Chen Shang said helplessly. This is actually the most perplexing issue for all the Qing and Su families. You might ask, has the family grown stronger? Of course it has. Those who follow orders have all grown considerably. But the problem is, despite this growth, why do they feel a sense of powerlessness? Later, some women from prominent families learned some mathematical statistics from Kai Yan. They then understood that previously, their family's growth rate had exceeded the government's growth rate, but now Mangtai was growing too rapidly. Although their growth rate was faster than before, it was still much slower compared to Mangtai. This is why aristocratic families were so keen to send students to Kai Yan's household. She was indeed very talented. If the Kai family hadn't been reduced to just one member, they wouldn't have minded sacrificing an heir to marry her. Marrying a virtuous wife who could help the family business was ideal, and besides, she might not necessarily bring them bad luck. Therefore, the Wei family of Hedong is actually in a dilemma. They really want to take Cayenne away, but they didn't go to pick her up after she left Chang'an. If they were to do so now, they wouldn't have the face to do so, so the matter was left unresolved. The Wei family and Cayenne no longer have much of a relationship. In short, no matter how unhappy the Qingshu aristocratic families are, in the eyes of families in other prefectures and counties, these families, who chose a good target a few years ago, are now making rapid progress, which makes the families in other prefectures and counties envious. Isn't the purpose of aristocratic families to grow stronger? Those pioneers who explored the front lines have grown much stronger now. Although they occasionally express their dissatisfaction with Liu Bei and sometimes even criticize Lu Su and others who implement policies, who cares about that in other prefectures and counties? They only care about the results. It's hard to believe that, in the eyes of people in other prefectures and counties, the Qing and Su aristocratic families were just cursing and complaining in order to prevent them from getting a share of the pie. Especially since the aristocratic families couldn't really explain how Liu Bei was restricting them. It would be strange if the aristocratic families in other prefectures and counties didn't suspect anything as they watched the Qing and Su aristocratic families grow stronger. As for the rebellious members of the local powerful families in Qing and Su, they probably never even considered the possibility of overthrowing Liu Bei. What they needed was Liu Bei's support, not to oppose him. This group of aristocratic families mostly used this method to express their demands. If they failed, there was nothing more to say. They simply followed orders. Liu Bei never actually said he would dig a pit and bury all the aristocratic families. To be precise, the Qing and Su families should be divided into two categories and three types. One type opposed Chengxi from the beginning. In the initial stage, in order to lay the foundation, Chengxi naturally did not show any mercy and defeated them all. The other type, although dissatisfied, still chose Liu Bei and continued to grow stronger, gradually accepting Liu Bei's rule. The first type of aristocratic family is in one situation. They have been completely ruined by Chengxi, and now they see other aristocratic families becoming more and more powerful. They are extremely resentful of Liu Bei and are the ones who truly want to overthrow and control Liu Bei. This type of family is Su Yu's pawn. The second category is divided into two types. One is I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. In other words, even if I'm doing well now, I'm dissatisfied if I can't get real power. And with this dissatisfaction, other things will naturally arise. There is another type of pragmatist whose goal is to strengthen their own family. Since they believe that once they have strengthened their family, they have achieved their goal, why would they do anything reckless? Leaving aside the first type, the second type is a common problem among aristocratic families. All aristocratic families have these two types of people. It's just a matter of how many. So this problem will inevitably erupt sooner or later. However, due to Su Yu's scheming, the Qingshu family also needed to vent their internal problems in order to maintain stability, but before venting, they planned to have a heart-to-heart talk. If Chengxi's answer satisfies them, they are willing to act as pawns and then use this opportunity to successfully integrate into Liu Bei's rule under a different identity. If Chengxi's answer doesn't satisfy them, fine. Then even if they become pawns, the powerful families won't obediently follow orders, nor will they hand over anything beneficial to Liu Bei to Chengxi. Rats have their ways, snakes have their paths. For matters concerning powerful families like this, the focus of intelligence is not on this aspect, and Jiaosu could not possibly know everything. Chapter 720 could actually be better. So, after this incident, These powerful families in Yu province are willing to side with us. I don't remember Zhou Yu causing any trouble recently, Chen Xi asked, puzzled. Zhou Yu wouldn't be that radical, would he? So after this, Chen Shang said, looking at Chen Xi. Chen Xi immediately understood the meaning behind it. No wonder my uncle said it was icing on the cake. So that's why. If we win, they will see that we have laid the foundation for their hegemony. In addition, given what they have seen and heard, they will naturally want to align themselves with us. Also, they are probably dissatisfied with Sun Tzu's style. Chen Xi said calmly. That's right. How to use this thing is up to you. Chen Shang sold the thing to Chen Xi without any hesitation. Anyway, it wasn't his own people who were being cheated. If those guys were unlucky and got into trouble, he would just consider it a contribution to his own people. Okay. Chen Xi nodded. If you have any other requests, just say them. I don't have much ill will towards the aristocratic families. To be precise, as long as you don't challenge the rules I set, unless you are eliminated by history, I will not target you specifically. Can this sentence be written into the document? Chen Shang asked directly. This news was more important than anything else. Okay, but writing it in a document is too basic. Someone here has calculated that the heavenly and human cauldrons are about to be born. When that happens, I can inscribe the sentence: the foundation of the nation will not be shaken, and no group, individual, common people, or noble families will be allowed to be targeted by any ruler on the cauldrons. Chen Xi said nonchalantly. In Chen Xi's view, the soon-to-be-born celestial and human cauldrons were fabricated by Li Yu, a mere charade, and the aristocratic families were simply seeking peace of mind. He genuinely had no intention of eliminating the aristocratic families outright. He simply wanted to give them reassurance. In Chen Xi's view, the aristocratic family system itself had some problems. Especially after the popularization of education, it was almost inevitable that aristocratic families would disappear into history. Of course, if these aristocratic families haven't faded into history despite the widespread availability of education, then they've likely undergone systematic reforms and adapted to the new era. In that case, is there still any need to target them? This time, Chen Shang was completely shocked. When Chen Xi mentioned the heavenly and human cauldrons, Chen Shang didn't react yet, but when he heard that they were engraved on them, Chen Shang finally realized that the heavenly and human cauldrons were the Xinyuan cauldrons. Really? Chen Shang murmured. There's no need for me to lie to you. The Yellow Emperor's heavenly origin and human tripods are about to be unveiled, following the origin tripod. I can inscribe this sentence on them and let it last forever. Chen Xi said quietly, turning his head slightly. He felt that lying was really easy, especially when you had the other person's weakness in your grasp. Without shaking the foundations of the nation, no group, individual, commoner, or noble family shall be allowed to be targeted by any person in power. Chen Shang silently repeated this sentence. As before, this clause remained perfectly fair. But what was the point of targeting commoners? No, only noble families had any value in being targeted. What does it mean to not shake the foundation of the nation? Although Chen Shang was taken aback by Chen Xi's shocking speech, he was, after all, a figure chosen by a powerful family, and quickly calmed down. He spoke directly to the very center of the matter. Burning will inscribe his general legal principles on the heavenly cauldron, so you will know, Chen Xi said with a smile. In that case, you only need to remember the part about you. Chen Shang twitched slightly. They dared to inscribe these things on the heavenly and human cauldrons. That meant that even if there were traps or schemes within them, they would definitely be written down. They wouldn't be completely unaware and fall into a trap. As for traps that were written down, if you still choose to jump into them, then there's nothing more to say, it's a matter of intelligence. Alright, I can agree to all of this. When the heavenly and human cauldrons are born, the noble families will naturally send people to see them. The inscriptions at that time will be consistent with what we are saying now, and we will comply. Chen Shang said solemnly. Of course, this implied that the cauldrons could be fake, but they must be approved by Liu Bei and his people. No problem. Chen Xi didn't care about these things at all. He knew what the aristocratic family's purpose was, and that was enough for him. However, Chen Xi never expected that what was unearthed would actually be the real heaven and man cauldrons. Anyone who wasn't blind would know that the celestial and terrestrial phenomena that caused the heavens and earth to change color upon excavation were genuine. When they were moved to Fengdou, the national fortune that could be seen with the naked eye further proved what this was. When Chen Xi had it engraved, the aristocratic families would verbally condemn him for blaspheming the divine artifact, but in reality, they would secretly rejoice that he had done a great job. By having it engraved on the artifact, they would see themselves as being one with the divine artifact. This document contains information on all the traitors from the Qingshu aristocratic families. Chen Shang directly presented this document, which all the aristocratic families were advised not to give to Chen Xi unless absolutely necessary. They just sold these people off like that. Chen Xi's eyes twitched slightly. This aristocratic family has no integrity at all. It's not that we sold it. This thing shouldn't have been provided to you in the first place, but it's unnecessary now. We've met your requirements. What aristocratic families want is to grow stronger, not to court death. Actually, we didn't have any hope of winning this rebellion, Chen Shang said, shaking his head. Chen Xi didn't reply, but just listened quietly. He was actually very interested in the behavior of the aristocratic families. There are indeed some people in the Qingshu aristocratic families who are very dissatisfied with you, but most of them admit that following you will indeed make them stronger. We are not blind, and we have many talented people. Although we are not as outstanding as you, there are still some who are capable of governing a prefecture. Chen Shang said with a sigh, at most, we are just unwilling. There's nothing I can do about it. Some families in Qingzhou are going against me. What can I do? I'm already showing mercy by not wiping them out. As for you, to put it bluntly, I don't have that much time to manage the powerful families. Basically, if you follow my lead, your families will continue to grow stronger, Chen Xi said, pursing his lips. To be honest, Chen Xi didn't really target the aristocratic families too much. He would only give them a collective warning if one aristocratic family offended him, and he found that other aristocratic families had the same tendency. Chen Xi's consistent strategy is to both appease and punish simultaneously, offering rewards while holding back the stick. Even if he beats up a family, as long as they obediently follow his orders, Chen Xi will not target them again. In fact, if a powerful family wants to leave, Chen Xi doesn't really try to stop them. The family is growing stronger, but Mount Tai is growing even faster, which is why conflicts have arisen within the aristocratic family. Otherwise, with such a rapid growth rate, in any era, the aristocratic family should be fully supporting the ruler, Chen Shang said with a sigh of helplessness. Chapter 721 Aristocratic Families and Nations. These people on this piece of paper are the ones who are unwilling to accept defeat. They want to give it a try, both as a desperate gamble and as a way for the aristocratic families to eliminate their own internal troubles. And now they are also being offered up as pawns for Sichuan, Chen Shang said calmly. Do they know they're pawns? Or do they know what's going on? Chen Xi asked tentatively. Or rather, do they know what the rest of their family members are thinking? Now everyone here knows that they are just throwing their lives away, acting as pawns of Marquis Cheng to gain greater benefits for Duke Xuanda. At least this way, even if it's a rebellion, the situation is still under Marquis Cheng's control, giving you the greatest room for maneuver, while we, the surviving noble families, can gain the greatest recognition. There was a clear trace of heartache in Chen Shang's eyes. As he said this, Chen Shang slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again with unwavering determination. We hope to integrate into the ranks of Lord Xuanda, not like we are now, so out of place, under his rule but not like his subjects. We believe that sacrifice can bring about the rise of our family. Our aristocratic families have never cared about sacrifice, including myself now. Chen Xi rubbed his temples. Although he knew there were some inaccuracies in this, after all, the definition of rebellion was not just talk. They had a chance of success, and it was not impossible for them to work together from the inside and outside. However, now that Chen Shang has revealed his true colors, these people are indeed bearing the infamy and enduring humiliation, which has created an excellent opportunity for them. Alas, Grand Uncle, if you could get the aristocratic families to sacrifice their lives for the country and the nation like they are now, I can guarantee that the aristocratic family's blessings will continue indefinitely, Chen Xi thought with a wry smile. So this is what aristocratic families are like, willing to risk their lives for the continuation of their lineage. Yet they care little for the nation. You possess all the virtues, but sadly, you use them to pursue your own selfish interests. All right, I will report this matter to the current Duke Xuanda and let him make the decision. There shouldn't be any problem. Chen Xi sighed helplessly. The aristocratic families were gambling with their lives that he would give them a way out in consideration of their sacrifice. I thank you in advance. This time, Chen Shang bowed to Chen Xi entirely as an elder of a prominent family. Was it worth it? Chen Xi said with a wry smile. Why did they still do it when they knew it was a dead end? It achieves the family's goals, fulfills my own wishes, and even offers a glimmer of hope for a comeback. What's the loss of life? How many times have noble families survived dire situations thanks to such sacrifices? Chen Shang's calm voice revealed immense satisfaction at this moment. Chen Xi was speechless. He could understand the beliefs of the aristocratic families, and they were indeed very shocking to him. Unfortunately, none of this could make Chen Xi abandon his principles. The country, there is no family without the country. It is absolutely unacceptable to harm the country to enrich the aristocratic families. If the aristocratic families had transformed their sacrifices to prioritize the nation, Chen Xi wouldn't have allowed them to gradually fade into history, no matter how many mistakes they made. Unfortunately, the aristocratic families' sacrifices were solely for their own clan, remembering only their family's virtues while forgetting the nation's benevolence. Such short-sightedness led to the later disaster. Of course, it cannot be denied that the pedantic scholars after the Song dynasty were even worse than those from aristocratic families. At least the true aristocratic families were not lacking in moral character. Moreover, during times of national crisis, the interests of aristocratic families and the interests of the state often overlapped. This is also why Chen Xi did not suppress aristocratic families much. If the sons of noble families could uphold the nation as they uphold their families, Chen Xi felt that it was only natural for these families to enjoy their current power and privileges, given the current situation. Nobles and aristocrats were willing to die for their families. If they could do the same for the country, then enjoying these privileges was truly justified. Well, the existence of powerful families is inevitable. Since they prioritize their families, I'll give them a clear path out of consideration for their moral character. How much they understand is not my concern. Chen Xi looked at Chen Shang's resolute expression and was slightly moved. After all, he wasn't heartless. Grand Uncle, the existence of aristocratic families has its own rationale. Many of the things you have done have made that rationale irrational. If you want to exist in a long-term and stable manner, family traditions and land are essential, but these are not the most important things. Chen Xi sighed, intending to point this out to Chen Shang. As for whether the aristocratic families would listen, he was not sure. Chen Xi's greatest confidence in dealing with powerful families lies in the fact that he did not exploit them like Emperor Wu of Hong did, treating merchants and powerful families like pigs to be slaughtered. Chen Xi's policies towards these families were generally based on a case-by-case approach. Aside from restrictions on privileges and power, as long as the aristocratic families engaged in legitimate business, education, and industry, Chen Xi never viewed them with prejudice. It can be said that the aristocratic families enjoyed all the benefits that were due under Liu Bei's rule, and they also had to abide by the laws that the common people under Liu Bei's rule followed. Chen Xi did indeed take away the land, but he made it clear from the beginning that he would compensate them and provided substantial subsidies for business. Otherwise, the aristocratic families who followed his orders wouldn't be making such a fortune now. Of course, if you insist on comparing them to the Mi family, then there's no way to compare. Similarly, the Northeast Plain Development Plan is a huge pitfall, but the pit is full of gold. Chen Xi just wants to develop this land as soon as possible. That is precisely why we must use this matter to secretly consolidate the power of the aristocratic families. It is the right way to do this by appealing to morality, integrity, and interests at the same time. In this regard, Chen Xi can confidently say that it will truly benefit the aristocratic families. After this, the tens of thousands of acres of land belonging to the aristocratic families will be expanded into several times the size of fertile fields. This is a real benefit, which is why even if the aristocratic families find out everything, they won't have much to say. At most, they'll say that Chen Xi is dishonest, forcing them not to tell the truth and forcing them to do something against their will. The desolate plains of northeast China were not difficult to reclaim, but the migration of people was difficult, especially the first wave of people. Chen Xi of the Central Plains laid the foundation for everything, and the people were not displaced. If the government had been asked to relocate people under those circumstances, it would have been strange if the people, with their own mentality, had not caused great resentment. Even if this matter is beneficial to the people and the country, given the people's attachment to their homeland and their belief that they have enough to eat and wear, why should they migrate? Even with the support of Chen Xi and Liu Bei's great prestige, this matter will ultimately lose the hearts of the people. In fact, Liu Bei and Chen Xi may not even live to see the successful development of the Northeast before it comes to nothing. If an aristocratic family is added in the middle, they will be forced to relocate their servants, private soldiers, and maids. They may even have to relocate people because they have too much land to cultivate and cannot meet the requirements of the original contract.